Another day dawns at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. We're halfway through the first stage of the BetVictor Championship League. 16 players through to stage 2, another 16 to come. And today, headlining on table 1, is the world number 13, Chris Wakelin. Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. Absolutely magnificent shot.
So this is the event format, 32 groups of 4 in the first stage. As I say, we've had 16 already. They all go through to 8 further groups in stage 2, and then the winner of each of those groups will be here on the last day to play in 2 groups, and the respective winners play each other in a best-of-5 final to see who our champion is. That'll be on July the 15th, so there's still a lot of snooker to be played before we know who the winner is, and plenty of it being played today. It's a really international lineup. We've got Chris Wakelin, as I say, world number 13. Sam Craig is pulled out of this group, but Yao Peng Cheng, he's unbeaten this season, from China. Brian Achoyski from France, and Luke Pinch is as well. Table 2, former Scottish Open champion Lei Pei Fan starts out against his Chinese compatriot Wang Jingbo. Ishpreet Singh Chadha from India against Thailand's Chachapong Nasa. They're the other 2 players there. You can watch that on the Match of Multisport YouTube channel. But here on table 1, Chris Wakelin. So world number 13, I guess a big favourite, but let's see how he gets on today. He's had a slight mishap already today. His ceiling was leaking. There was water pouring through it this morning. He's had to deal with that. But anyway, probably relieved to be on the table and getting underway. Delighted to say we're joined by possibly the youngest ever commentator on a professional snooker tournament. We saw him yesterday, Liam Pullen. Liam, welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Looking forward to today. It's a new venture for me. Hopefully I don't get too comfortable because I want to be playing for a number of years yet. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Not at all. And just while this match begins, just briefly on yesterday, it was a very tough group, wasn't it? Elliot Slessor was saying, obviously there was a top-up player, but it was Robert Milkins, double ranking event champion. How was the day overall?
Yeah, probably overall I didn't really play too good. To be fair to Elliot, in the last match he did play really well. But yeah, overall just quite annoying really. Obviously, the start to the season, not the start to the season I wanted. But it's a very long season, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Absolutely, a big week coming up soon, isn't there, qualifying. Now, Brian Achoyski representing France, which is not necessarily known as a snooker country, but he's been playing actually since he was 6 years of age. His father introduced him to the sport, and of course Eurosport on the continent has brought the game to so many people. Chris Wakelin from a little bit nearer here, down in Rugby. You know Chris well, don't you? In fact, he was telling me earlier you're going to be doing a charity bike ride together next year. Yeah,
so obviously I know Chris really well. And yeah, after the World Championships next year, we're going to be probably doing a charity bike ride. And we're going to be visiting every venue on the World Snooker Tour in England, Scotland and Wales. So yeah, that'll be just over 1,000 miles, so not much.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, good luck with that. But this is the day job now for Chris. I guess as top seed, he's looking to make a good start. It's a group where Sam Craig is fortunate to pull out. So we've got really 2 players from the Q School top-up list. Brian's one of them. Luke Pinch is the other. Yao Peng Cheng, the second seed. It's a cutthroat format, though, isn't it? And you kind of, if you don't make a good start, you're in that position where you're sort of relying on other results.
Yeah, I think because it's a best-of-4 format, it's just, a draw and a win, there's such a big difference, even though when you're 2-1 up or, 2-1 down, you feel like you're so close. But yeah, it's a weird format. But yeah, you're always in it. Even I'm not sure how many players have got through, though, losing their first match.
What? Not many. Not many. As Chris Wakelin, meanwhile, nails a really good plant there. So he's in. Now, of course, you played Chris on your Crucible debut a couple of months back. You obviously enjoyed it. I mean, you seem to really enjoy walking out. Why wouldn't you at the Crucible as we see this plant again?
8.
But maybe Chris's experience just told in the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the draw was on BBC Radio 5 Live, and
9.
the person I know the most out of the top 16 is Chris. So obviously I got him. But yeah, that match, it was so enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, to make my debut so young is good to tick that off early. But yeah, it was weird really, because I think that is like the first thing people say, oh, maybe experience told in the end. But I think it's just the way the match panned out, sort of from 5-all. Obviously went 9-5 up, but yeah, it was very annoying, sat in your chair thinking, well, what can I do? It's like, but yeah.
And the Crucible, did it live up to expectations? Was it what you thought it would be?
Yeah, I mean, it was
17.
It was unbelievable, yeah, especially the walkouts, like you say. I sort of relished it a bit more on the second day. Shame I couldn't walk out a few more times.
There'll be plenty of opportunities. It's there till 2045?
Yeah, let's see where it goes on the year or two off.
Probably one of the venues you'll be cycling to at some point, I would think.
24.
Anyway, Wakelin just looking to really assert himself here. If he can win this match and potentially 3-0, then it puts everyone else on notice in the group.
25.
Yeah, I think a word on Brian. I remember obviously coming through the amateur scene, I've seen him play quite a lot, and I've played him a couple of times, and yeah, he's quite a unorthodox player. He does go for his shots, so yeah, Chris cementing his higher rank here.
32.
Yeah, he has played in this event before, but it's a big occasion for him to be playing. Of course, you get 3 matches, which is one of the good things about this format. But in this one, at the moment, he's in his seat.
$33.
Yeah, it was missable, all right, and
Thank you.
he has missed it. So Brian Choiski
Chris
does get a
Wakelin,
chance.
33.
What can you do with it? He actually got to the last round of the second Q School event, but lost 4-2 to Gong Cheng Zi, as we see the miss from Wakelin again. Tell us about Q School, Liam. You've had to come through it, and you have come through it a couple of times. I've never heard anything good about it. You're just trying to get through, aren't you?
Yeah, it's horrendous. It's just there is no other way of describing it, to be fair. It's not enjoyable, especially after going to Q School after being on tour for 2 years. I can tell you it's worse that way as well. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of players never ever want to go back there.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated. You see the players interviewed by World Snooker Tour after, and it's like sort of hostages have been released. They're just the relief. I'm going to see my family again and all that. It's. But anyway, you got through twice, and
14.
hopefully won't have to worry about that again in the near future. Now then, this is a big visit, isn't it? Because it could easily have been 1-0.
Yeah, Chris missed that black with a rest and judged the cannon perfectly, so he's given Brian his first really good opportunity.
Well, that cannon didn't come off, so he's going to
20.
need another one. Worth saying, France has actually, although it's not thought of as a snooker country, it has hosted a couple of ranking events way back in the mists of time. 89 and 90 European Open. One was in Deauville and one was in Lyon. They were both won by John Parrott. So, I mean, it's long before you were even born, Liam, but there is some sort of history there.
And that's why you're the commentator, isn't it?
Sadly, I was alive at that point. Yeah, and Eurosport over the last 30 years have brought the game to countries that have never seen it before. And of course, we saw yesterday Anthony Kabowski. We've got players from Latvia on tour now, Austria, of course, Belgium, various other European countries. So just shows the value of actually being exposed to the sport.
One.
Well, terrific red, and there's no reason really not to go for his shots today. This is going to be good experience one way or the other, but he also doesn't want to sort of feel that he's the supporting act. He's got to feel that he's got every right to be here, and he's already got Wakelin in trouble here.
Yeah, that was a better roll-up than it looked, actually.
Foul on the miss. Brian Ochoyski, 4.
Problem is with where these reds are situated, even if he leaves this red on the right side cushion, it's a very difficult pot.
Foul on the miss. Brian Ochoyski, 4. Back.
Natalia Gradanari, our referee. Looks like he's taking this red on.
One.
Well, he's not frightened to take these shots on, and that's it's good to see, I think, because you've got to try and get your opponent under a bit of pressure. But can he now reap the rewards of that first pot?
Eight. Nine. 16, 17, 24,
Well, 2 reds, 2 blacks, he'd be 36 in front with 35 on.
Brian Ochoyski, 24,
Yeah, and like you say about the format earlier on, these are the sort of frames that really do matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's very cutthroat, isn't it? If you lose the first frame, you know you've got to win the remaining 3 to win the match. So, you know, there's not a lot of room for manoeuvre. Well, now he's left Wakelin an opportunity to potentially win the frame. There's that red on the left-hand side that maybe is the sticking point, but if he gets on it, I'd fancy him for it.
1.
Last time we saw him, actually, he was playing in the UK Open pool down in Brentwood, where he did get through to the knockout phase.
6,
Trying to bring that red out.
7,
And again,
13, 'Chris Wakelin, 13,
difference that make. I mean, we weren't sure whether that had gone in or not, but clearly it hasn't. So Wakelin in a snooker.
Yeah, he caught the red really well there. Chris had him in a bit of trouble, but that rattle in the jaws certainly helped him.
foul, and a miss. Brian Ochoyski,
Pointing
4.
to where the brown was there, just to help the referee.
Green bit here. Brian? Foul, and a miss. Brian Ochoyski, 4.
Wakelin, remember, was in first and was looking good, just missed that black with the rest.
Is there a Watford gap?
He looked a certain snooker as well. He'd be disappointed there, Brian Ochoyski. Especially now. .15 in front, but there's nothing safe. If Wakeland gets a chance, then could still be his frame for sure.
One.
Just feels like Ochoyski missed a chance when Wakeland escaped from that snooker initially with the red on the bulk cushion. He looked certain to be in another one, and he wasn't. And that maybe is where this frame has turned.
5. Chris Wakeland, 5.
Well, it wasn't easy, and he didn't really get too close to it. It feels like it's only the first frame of the day. It feels quite tense, actually. I think both will feel they probably should have won it. Certainly, Ochoyski's had chances. Can he knock this green in? He'll be concerned now.
Free.
Yeah, that was always going to be the problem there, playing that with so much topspin, the cue ball trapping into the cushions. Yeah, Chris was just looking for one good shot there to win the frame.
Chris Wakeland, free.
But the battle goes on.
Similar story on table 2. They're on the brown there as well, Lei Pei Fan and Wang Jingbo. Oof, well, very close to going in off. Well, it could be about one good shot here. Well, didn't play it.
Yeah, slightly surprised there. He's played a good shot though. Got him in trouble, but yeah. I thought he would have gone for that.
Lei Pei Fan did win that first frame next door because Wakelin succeeded him as Scottish Open champion last season. Well, Liam, your first ever frame on commentary has turned into a right-all thriller, hasn't it?
Yeah, no words, no words. It'd have been nice if it was a 1:30 or something, but yeah, it's going to be a 1 hour. I think a 1 hour stretch by the looks of it.
Oh, hang on. Well, he nearly went in off before, and now
Chris Wakelin 4.
he'll feel that he's thrown the frame away, I'm sure. There's definitely a period in this frame where he felt like he was in control, but he's just handed it back to Chris Wakelin, who needs blue and pink. So certainly not plain sailing, but he's going to surely win this first frame. And, of course, he is the favourite in this group, looking to make a good start. And ultimately, he's won the frame.
Chris Wakelin 15.
Be relieved, it was definitely in the balance, but Chris Wakelin takes a 1-0 lead over Brian Achoyski. Yeah, it's an all-Chinese match on table 2. Lei Pei Fan and Wang Jingbo. Lei Pei Fan was ranked in the 80s when he won that Scottish Open a couple of seasons back. We'll just drop in on this. I wanted to ask you, Liam, though, we're talking about the Crucible, but of course, for you, the real drama was in the qualifying to win 4 matches, and you beat some real top players. Started with the win over Alfie Burden, 10-9. You beat Amir Sarkosh, Tepchira, Nu, Noppen Senkom. So just to qualify, you must have felt like you won a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the first match to obviously my first match being played at the Crucible, I think it was something like 16, 17 days from playing Alfie Burden to playing obviously Chris. And yeah, it's just a different tournament to any other really. It's like a marathon, and yeah, it's very, very tiring, more tiring than I thought it'd be. But yeah, it was to come through the qualifiers. Obviously, it's probably it's the best tournament I've ever had. But yeah, it was surreal really, and yeah, the pressures of Judgment Day. Yeah, it was entertaining.
What was that moment like when? Did it sink in immediately on going to the Crucible? Because you didn't actually have that long, obviously, then until you played for it to all kind of settle in your mind.
Yeah, I think the draw was 2-3 days later, so obviously I was nervous for that as well. Well, a little bit of nerves because obviously you don't know who you're going to play. Obviously, you could have played Ronnie, Selby, you know, a number of greats. But yeah, it was special really. But yeah, obviously winning. Once I got over the winning line against Noppon, yeah, I gave it the big fist. And no, Noppon's a lovely bloke. So yeah, he knew I wasn't doing it in an evil way. It's just obviously that feeling is unbelievable.
The only slight regret maybe, obviously you were on for the double maximum, weren't you? You'd made one I'm sorry to bring that up. You made one in the UK Championship, and you were on for one, possibly to get the 147,000.
Yeah, I'm off now. You've brought that up. Really poor from you there, Dave. But yeah, I was on 105 obviously, and it was the shot on the 13th black that sort of, brought up the error on missing the 14th black. So yeah, I just didn't hit the ball hard enough on the 13th black. But yeah, they were all there, and yeah, it was a bit gutting to be fair. But to be honest, in that first session, I played really well, and I did manage to just forget about it really. I wasn't too, distraught about not making it.
Until I just mentioned it.
Yeah, now I'm in bits.
In general, do you feel, because obviously you got to a quarter-final out in China, do you feel you made proper steps forward last season? Having got back onto the Q school, do you feel you sort of improved?
Yeah, definitely. I've made big strides. Definitely improved as a player.
Second frame.
But yeah,
Brian,
you've got
to break.
the target is to always keep on improving. So yeah, that's what I'm going to try and do.
Good stuff. Well, Chris Wakeling back, so he leads 1-0 after that dramatic first frame. He won on the pink. Remember, this is only a 4-frame match, 3-0, 3-1 or 2-2, and not a good break off there from Brian Ochoyski to leave a red on.
One.
He told me he's been practicing for about 3 weeks ahead of the season. Of course, he's excused the qualifiers, but he's got the Shanghai Masters coming up at the end of this month. Huge event.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of training. So like more cycling he has. He's sacked off the running. I think it's because I've done his brains in on that front. I think he'll say that as well. After one run. I was just about to say, let's see what he can do from this visit, but obviously
Chris
red
Wakeling,
bit of rest.
Yeah, I mean, there's various players in this event who, of course, played qualifying already and is kind of already back into match mode for the new season. This is his first match since the World Championship on the actual professional tour. Well, a terrific pot, and really deserves some sort of position. Don't think his strategy is going to change. He's going to go for his shots.
Yeah, I think that's my first correct prediction as a commentator, Dave. I did say he would go for his shots.
7.
I think it's good to see, actually, because he's not favourite to win the group, but you don't want to come here and not play your own game. If that's how you play, then that's how you should play. And let's be honest, he very nearly won the first frame.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think that's the way the game is going, really. You've seen it past couple of years with User and Xingtong winning the Worlds. They're all out attack.
13.
Oh, well, he's not on the pink, so that's gone wrong.
Brian Ochoyski, 13. One.
Well, it's a big shot to play. He is renowned as a great middle pocket
Wakelin,
potter, Chris Wakelin, but that one's not in, so he has handed the initiative back to Ochoyski. But he potted, particularly last year at the Crucible, he potted some unbelievable balls into the middles. There was a yellow he potted that made Steve Davis literally cry. How good it was.
Yeah, that was against Mark Allen, I think, wasn't it? And I think Mark Allen was actually just slapping his leg.
Blue ball.
I think something along the lines of Steve saying that's the top 3 best shots I've ever seen at the Crucible. So yeah,
And they've seen a few.
certainly has. Sorry, Steve. But yeah, I think that was very risky. That one. I mean, obviously, if he potted it, would have gone, oh wow,
6.
what a shot. But I think
But it's interesting, the last frame he had the brown, didn't he, to the green pocket, which he turned down. In fairness, played a good safety, but it's just how you see it at the time. Ochoyski just struggling a little bit with the cue ball here, just to sort of keep ideal position. But you certainly couldn't accuse him of going into his shell, could you? He's still going to play his own way, but that visit didn't come to much. That was the other thing at the Crucible, Liam, to be backstage, all the pictures of all the winners, all the legends commentating. I mean, you've put part of that history now, aren't you? You played there, you made a century there as well.
yeah, I mean, it's very strange, really. You first walk in. Obviously, my parents came to watch. I mean, that's special. But yeah, walking behind the scenes and seeing, well, where all these players have won everything. You know, the best players ever have played there. Yeah, it was like one of the biggest emotions, if not the biggest, was weird. Weird was a massive emotion. You know, it really was strange, and you know, you just gotta settle down and, you know, treat it as normal as fast as you can.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
Did Rob give you a nickname? Did he come up with anything?
Yeah, it was the machine, but a couple of people I know, they're not a fan of it. Not to drop names, but particularly Dave Gilbert. He has a nickname for me, but I'm afraid I cannot say it when I'm
Foul,
commentating.
Chris Wakelin, 4.
That was an absolutely monstrous kick. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he won the first frame, and he may win the match, but he hasn't sort of clicked into gear yet. Albeit, as you say, that was a bad contact.
Yeah, speaking to a few
What?
people yesterday and obviously talking between ourselves, I think the pockets are definitely a bit tighter than previous years for sure. Yeah, I don't know why that is, but yeah, it's definitely better. I mean, also a word on the pocket size at the Crucible as well. They were definitely much tighter, and from other players saying that as well, obviously, because I've only played there once, but they said it's the tightest it's ever been up there. But I definitely think that's a good thing. Yeah, adds more levels to the game. Because obviously when the pockets are bigger, like you see sometimes out in China, it sort of can be like levels the game a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, there are templates, but I think with tables, not to get too deep into it, I think sometimes they're just set up by different people, and it can just be just slight, maybe even human error, just they're slightly out. And it only has to be slightly out to actually feel, as a player, they're massively out. But you're right, here, they've definitely played tighter than last year. We've only had one group actually won by a third or fourth seed. All the other groups won by one of the top 2 seeds. Dean Young was the man who did it last Saturday.
10.
Played that nicely, not too hard. So what a chance
15.
now to level up.
16. 23. 24.
Sure, the other players in this group, Yao Peng Cheng and Luke Pinches, would love to see a draw. That's always a good result for the other players because it's just a point apiece, of course.
Yeah, I think
31.
Brian's definitely at the pace here. Now he's in the balls, trying to get some rhythm going.
32.
Well, this black to lead by 47 with 43 on, so it's effectively frame ball. And of course it means you
39.
guarantee 2 more frames.
40. 47. 48.
48 will do. And Brian Achoitsky
Achoitsky,
levels up. The kick obviously was a factor there, but
frame.
Wakelin did have a couple of chances before that. But the match is all square. Table 2. Wang Jingbo looking good to level up with Lei Pei Fan, who won the opening frame. Ishpreet Singh Chadha and Chachapong Nasser, the other 2 players in this group. Of course, you went out to China. Liam got to the quarterfinals of one of the tournaments there. How was the experience of just travelling out there and playing in an event over there? Because, of course, they make a fuss of the players, don't they, with the red carpet parades and all of that?
Yeah, it's a different world over there. I think that's the go-to phrase I use. But yeah, I really enjoy, you know, perks of the job, even though it's not really a job. You you know, seeing different cultures of the world. We're very lucky to do that. I think some players can, you know, take it for granted. But yeah, the way they treat you over there, it's just very different compared to over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ceremony. You know, in British tournaments, you kind of just turn up, don't you? And you play when you play. But over there, they have the PR day and literally a red carpet parade. You know, you're treated as big stars.
Yeah, it's the best way to describe it. It's sort of like being, you know, sort of like being a footballer over here in a sense. Yeah, I think that's the way to describe it.
And of course, they're producing so many talented players. Here's another one, Wang Jingbo, of course, the last 2 world champions from China. Been interesting rivalry, I think, this season, actually. Xingtong and Wu Yizi. See how many times they play, who comes out on top. Bit early to mention the Crucible curse, I think. We'll wait a few months to put that on Wu Yizi.
I doubt it'll be a few months. I think you're going to put it on in next week.
Now, the break stands at 66. If he can make a century, of course, the group can be resolved on high breaks, or certainly the places in the group. So if he can make a century, he'll have that in his locker early on.
Well, he's going to have to take the pink here, not the blue.
Yeah, well, he is taking the blue, so it won't be a century, but 99 will have to do.
$72.
That is discipline to clearing the table, Dave. No risk at going for the pink. Just wants to get the 99.
Well, famously, Fang Zhengyi, when he first turned professional, he wanted his first century in a tournament to be a maximum. So he'd get to this sort of stage and he wouldn't want to make the century. He got over that. In fact, he made a couple of maximums later, but it seems quite odd superstition.
Funny you say that. He's made a maximum against me at the English Open. So
there you are. Anyway, let's go back to table one each. So this is an interesting one because Wakelin, I guess, on paper was a big favourite, but let's see how this pans out now.
yeah, I saw something on social media the other day. I think it was Neil Robertson putting up a little story on Instagram, and it was about Sean Murphy saying, "Oh, well done for changing the game and breaking off of the third red." So it'd be interested to see how many players use that ethos this season.
Yeah, I mean, well, Neil Robertson was once the other way. When Mark Williams did the sort of negative break-off, he started to use that. So I think players look at things sometimes and think, well, it's worked for him maybe briefly. I'll try it. Like you say, let's see if they want to play it or not.
Yeah, I think it was a stat. I think Ken mentioned it, and it was something daft. Out of the 23 frames he broke off, he lost 1.
Oh, and I miss
Something along those lines. It was, yeah. I mean,
4.
I doubt he'll do that again. No disrespect, Sean, but I think, but yeah, maybe that's like a freak stat.
4 because he touched brown.
Well, funnily enough there, saw him hit the blue. Actually, Chris owned up to a foul before he hit the blue. He's caught the brown first. All I'll say about that, someone must have told Ken that. There's no way he's worked that out himself.
Oh, no, I agree.
But it's funny, though, because John Higgins, I was doing the Channel 5 with John Higgins at the Tour Championship, where Sean, I think, unveiled that break-off, and John was quite sceptical about it at the time. But then, of course, he played him in that semi-final. I saw him during the match, and he said I was wrong. He said, it's really working for him. He's putting the other player under pressure right from the off. If you get a good cue ball and all the reds are open, you bang under it, aren't you?
Yeah, I think what Neil said also is there's no dump shot available. So there's no like plan B, and you've got to play a proper shot from the get-go. Yeah, very good escape there from Chris. Still left the red into the right middle here.
1.
Yeah, nicely done. So he's had that nice break in the last frame, and that sort of banishes the bad memories of frame 1. Still very much in this
Brown ball.
match.
Five. 6. 11.
His highest break he's not played many sort of pro matches, but 1-3-3.
12.
Oh yeah, we saw the angle there. It looks tight for the pink. Maybe he's inspired by the French football team, who seem to be just cutting a swathe through the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely favourites for me.
18. 19.
Nicely on the black here, just looking to make a nice cannon on the red north of it.
$26. 27. 34. 35. 42.
Well, big chance here to win this frame and shake the group up already. If you guarantee himself a point.
43.
Tough shot next though.
Blue ball.
Choosing to turn it down, probably wise.
Brian Ochojski, 43.
Wang Jingbo, by the way, he did make that 99 break, so he's 1-all with Lei Pei Fan. Who was your sort of snooker hero, Liam, growing up, or who did you sort of try and model your game on?
Well, a lot of people say I model my game on Selby, but to be honest, I'd never really model my game on anyone or anything like that. But obviously, for me, the two people that I obviously looked up to, definitely Mark Selby and Ronnie. Ronnie, the obvious one, but yeah, if it wasn't Ronnie, Mark Selby, yeah.
Well, if you could combine those two, their best qualities, you'd never lose, would you?
If only it was that easy.
Be concerned. He very nearly caught those reds thick. At least the cue ball has run on towards bulk and just slightly hampered by the yellow, but the red is on. He's 47 in front. Yeah, that yellow didn't help there.
Yeah, it was much harder than it looked like. That was definitely very missable. Second prize for Chris, you'd have to say.
One. Chris Wakeling in one.
Again, not easy, but disappointed to miss it. Just hasn't quite sort of clicked into gear yet this morning. We had a re-rack on table 2. It's all happening, or not happening, depending on how you look at it.
One.
But is he going to start happening for Chris Wakeling? Well, he's in again. course, this venue, the Mattioli Arena, special for him. He won the shootout here, which really was the start of his ascent to top 16.
Eight.
Well, take them anywhere they come, Chris.
9.
Got the second kiss there to knock that red in.
I knew he'd have a little chuckle there.
Chris Wakefield in 9.
Well, the smile soon left his face. He's missed the black, so 37 in the frame. He's actually quite fortunate there he caught the yellow. That cue ball could have come right in amongst the reds.
Yeah, Brian definitely not one for backing down or hitting the ball too softly.
Well, chance here to right middle, as I say, 37 in front. Good pot.
1.
And you've got to say, a good chance
Blood
to
ball.
go 2-1 in front here. And that means, of course, the best Wakeley could do is a single point. Yao Peng Cheng is the second seed in this group. He's won 6 qualifying matches this season already in the China and World
8.
Open, so he's in really good form.
9.
Pink and Wakelin needs a snooker. So it's not been the best start to the day for Chris. He got up and there was water pouring through his ceiling at home. He's come here and he hasn't managed to
15.
click into gear yet, and now be going all out at least to salvage a point. If he loses this match, then he's in early trouble.
16. Brian Ochoyski. 16.
Playing on, but he needs 3 snookers. Well, looks like he's left the red on and he's going to concede. So Brian Ochoyski then, representing France here at the Championship League, has gone 2-1 up on Chris Wakelin. He's guaranteed a point, and of course if he wins the next frame, he will take all 3, the top seed being held in the first match. Now, as I say, there was a re-rack on table 2, so it's 1-1 Lei Pei Fan and Wang Jingbo. The other 2 players, Ishpreet Singh Chadha and Chachapong Nasser. Now, without giving anything away, Liam, you and Ishpreet were just chatting. You've just been on big break. That must have been exciting.
Yeah, very cool experience, and I will admit it, I didn't see an episode of Big Break before the morning of the filming. So, but yeah, it was really cool to go on the show, obviously, with Paddy and Stephen Endry. obviously my dad came with me. Obviously he grew up sort of watching it, I suppose, because there was only 3 channels back in the day.
Well, 4, be fair. Yeah, I mean, it was a huge thing on Saturday night's Big Break. It was Jim Davison and John Virgo, and you know, it used to get like 14 million viewers in those. All that, you're quite right, but good to see it coming back, and yeah, look, I'll be looking out for your episodes.
Maybe I'm sworn to secrecy. I might not be allowed to say anything. I don't know.
Well, we won't say any more in that case, but anyway. Look forward to that. Yeah, it's anything I think that just raises the profile of the sport has got to be good. Now Wakelin needs to raise his game here, and that's a great start.
1. Chris Wakelin 1.
Well, played the big shot to get the reds open, and he did do, but the black's not in.
One. Eight.
Well, clearly this next pot is a huge one to keep the break going.
Brian Ochoisky 8.
Problem Wakelin's got, if he were to lose this match, I mean, Yao Peng Cheng plays back-to-back, so he could get potentially to 6 points, which means, of course, Wakelin, that's the best he could do later, so all of a sudden you're sort of in that position where you're having to rely on other results rather than having it in your own hands.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, like when you get to sort of this sort of position, I mean, this frame can feel so huge as a player, which it is, in fairness. So yeah, big moments really for Chris in this group.
Well, a starter here, but can he keep it going? There's been no breaks to speak of from Wakelin yet. There's still time, of course.
1. 5. 6. 11.
First things first, he wants to win the frame, but if he can win it in this visit, just with a nice sizable break, that might just sort of
12.
settle him. He'll have a long wait till his next match at 4:30. But be by no means out of it, of course, if he can draw the match.
$19. 20. 20.
Yeah, he was shaking his head before playing the shot. So came to just 20.
Yeah, very difficult shot, you'd have to say. Just misjudged the cannon on the red, the shot before. But can Brian win this group? Win this match even, sorry.
Well, if he wins the match, you know, he'll be in the mix, won't he? It'll be a big upset, I think. I know it's only a 4-frame match, but Chris Wakelin is one of the few top 16 players in this event. World number 13. Brian Ochoyski, an amateur from France, which is not known for snooker. So if he can win this, it'd be a big result.
Eight. 9. 9.
I thought for a second that was going to clip the red and maybe go in. But now another chance for Chris.
One.
Yeah, me, this is turning into a nightmare for Chris Wakelin. I'll put it this way, I don't think a choice will have many better chances to beat a top 16 player than this.
One. 8. Nine. Fourteen. $15.
Well, it's in his hands. As I say, it's a good chance, this, if he can just control himself and his emotions.
$20. $21.
Yeah, a bit of a grimace there from Brian. I think he's just landed slightly too straight on the black. Might have a little bit of angle. Well, yeah, very straight.
It's done well to get here, but now there's a bit of pressure on this. 23 in front, so needs the last 2 reds, but needs this one first with the rest. Yeah, it wasn't just the shot, it was, you know, what it all means, of course, and 2 together, it's not that surprising, really, he missed it. So Wakeling sort of hanging on in this match. Well, first day of the season for Chris, and it's just a reminder of how brutal this game can be sometimes, how hard it is.
One.
So Brian Achoyski is 2 pots away from, for him, a huge win. And it's going to really shake this whole group up.
Six.
This is the one that barring snookers will get him the 3 points.
7.
Every credit.
Yeah, so from 1-0 down, it's a fantastic result for Brian.
Have you enjoyed your first foray into commentary? Hang on, before you answer. No, he's okay. He's okay.
14.
Well, the first frame was looking pretty bleak, to be fair. But yeah, so far so good.
Well, he's flirting with the... Oh, dear.
Oh.
Well, okay,
Brian Achoyski, 14.
33 in it
Chris
now.
Wakeling, 4.
But it's just given Wakeling just a little bit of hope. Still needs 2 snookers. Well, this could be trouble. Quite get in behind the pink, but he's got to be careful. He's given 4 points away needlessly. Oh, this is watch through the finger stuff, isn't it?
Just teasing the pockets.
Well, that's better.
Foul.
Oh, he's caught the blue, and that is that. So a big upset in the first match of this group. Chris Wakelin, the world number 13, beaten by Brian Ochoyski from France, and he can be very proud of himself there. He went for his shots the whole match, and he got the result he was looking for, 3-1. We'll have a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with Yao Peng Cheng against Luke Pinchers.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Quite simply, what an unexpected start to the day. Chris Wakelin losing 3-1 to an amateur from France, Brian Choyski. So consequently, the top seed on table 1 is in real trouble early. Yes, you can win a group if you lose a match, but you're then reliant on other scores. Next up on table 1, it is one of the informed men of the early season, Yao Peng Cheng. Hasn't lost a match yet in qualifiers, and he will be favourite to come through this one against a replacement. Luke Pinches came in for Sam Craigie, who withdrew. I'm with Liam Pullen for this one, and I think it's fair to say that Luke Pinches has a lot of facial resemblance to his father, Barry.
Yeah, he certainly does. Another player that I've seen quite a lot of in the amateur scene, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here with Peng Cheng.
Just the latest score on the other table. 2-1 to Wang Xinbo over Lei Pei Fan. So maybe the top seeds in both groups today will lose their opening match. Now, Liam, you wouldn't gather it from that shot, but during the recent qualifiers here, Yao Peng Cheng was a revelation. 6 matches out of 6, played brilliantly.
Yeah, definitely. I think, no disrespect to him either, I'm sure he wouldn't take it this way, but he was probably the shock of the tournament, of the qualifiers, doing so well, because obviously last season he didn't do as much damage as probably what he would have liked to. But yeah, to win all 6 and pick up a lot of ranking points in this, yeah, it's very big for him. And obviously his quest to trying to stay and try and get into the top 64.
Thought that was in, but these pockets are unforgiving and it stays on the lip.
I'm just wondering here whether the red next to the black, he can play it onto that red and knock the black down the table as well. Just will it pass? Take that as a no.
1.
Just didn't get hold of the white, Pinches. Or should we say Pinches Junior?
7. Look, Pinches. 7. 1.
I think what Yapeng Cheng did at the qualifiers just underlines how important confidence is. Not quite on the pink there, but he won 6 matches out of 6 by a total of 33 frames to 12 against some really good opposition.
Brown ball.
Yeah, I didn't know that stat. Even more impressive.
Yet to qualify for the
No,
China Open, he beat
Vincent
Rhian Evans 6-1, Tepchira Nu 6-3, He Guo Kwang 6-2. But I think his best snooker came in the Wuhan Open qualifiers. Overcame Thanawat Tirapongpai Boon 5-2, making a century. Then made a century 1-3-1 to beat Jimmy Robertson 5-4 from 4-2 down. But he reserved his best for last. Beating Jack Lazowski 5-0. Breaks of 108, 52, 53, 57, 106 to clinch. Outscoring the Northern Ireland Open champion 423 to 80. So you can gather from that he was in a rich vein of form, to say the least.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Especially off of the back of a season where, you know, he didn't get the results that he would have liked.
Yeah, 29 years of age. Originally got his tour card because he did so well on the CBSA tour in China. As for Pinches, the call-up to play in this came quite late. So might not be as prepared as he would ideally prefer. 21st tied on the Q School Order of Merit, so I suppose he was surprised to get in.
Sometimes that can be the best way though, couldn't it? You know, getting invited. You see it quite a lot with like tournaments like the Masters, where like the 17th seed gets invited, then they get to the final or such and such. Like I think Ali Carter, was it last year? I think he was the 17th seed and he lost to Ronnie in the final.
Yeah, all seems like a bonus, I suppose. Watching Luke Pinches here makes me feel a little old, because I first started covering the game in 1988, the year that his father, Barry, got to the final of the World Amateur Championship. Lost out to James Watanabe in Sydney, Australia.
Showing off some knowledge. Hate to make you feel even older, but I am younger than Luke Pinches.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, actually. I've been covering the game for 18 years when you were born. I think you set the record, Liam, as the youngest ever commentator, so congratulations.
Means the world. Thank you.
Now, this is a troublesome snooker, it really is. Simply played, but very difficult to escape and achieve safety at the same time.
Hence the hit and hope. first glance, it does not look too bad.
One.
News from table 2, where Lei Pei Fan looks like he's going to salvage a draw against Wang Xinbo. 71-0 up with 5 reds left in the 4th and final frame. Still going though. Wang needs a single snooker. They've just finished. Wang missed the next ball and decided to concede. So it is 2 each on table 2.
3.
Trying to pot that, but I think it's undoubtedly end of break. Cue ball nestled in behind the green seems to be the obvious option.
Look, pinches 4.
Yeah, more trouble for Peng Cheng here. No real specific obvious shot here to try and get, or try and keep his opponent from getting in. Well, just pot it. That was the obvious shot, wasn't it?
What do they say? The best form of defence is attack. But that was neither, it was just luck.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Luke there. Did nothing
Yellow
wrong.
pinch and 1.
The group we saw yesterday on table 1, which featured Liam, was full of big breaks. Very different so far today. I must say, Liam, I know you were on the receiving end, but I thought Elliot played very well in that last match.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, didn't do anything wrong really in the first frame, and yeah, the last 2 frames were quite frustrating really for me, but yeah, fair play to Elliot. Deserved to win.
The other group last night on table 2 was a remarkable finish. Basically, Martin O'Donnell needed a draw in his last match to top the table. Jimmy Robertson had to beat O'Donnell Very nice from Yao, although,
1.
again, the cue ball doing him no favours. So basically, first frame, O'Donnell was 29 in front on the green. Robertson laid a very good snooker, extracted the penalty points.
Ja,
O'Donnell
1.
then saw Robertson clear green to black to force a respotted black. The respotted black was one of the most protracted I've ever seen. It went on for about, well, certainly 10 minutes, maybe even more than that. In the end, O'Donnell missed it to the top left-hand pocket, left it over. Robertson potted that. He then won the next frame on the blue, scrappy affair, then made a half-century in the third to win 3-0 and top the group at O'Donnell's expense. And I think that's underlining what happens in all of these groups. I think every shot is an event. Every shot is a potential turning point.
Yeah, definitely. Mentioned it earlier. The best of 4 format definitely feels like, you know, these 1 or 2 shots in the match can sort of be a turning point, like you say, and be very influential on like the group standings.
1.
Deja vu. This time, though, roles reversed.
Ja, pension 1.
This is relentless colour fudging, isn't it? Behind the colours. This is about 4th or 5th on the trot.
Tuesday night league stuff. This 11-4 the score. Single reds being potted, snookers being laid. Well, putting it diplomatically, neither player yet to get going.
One.
Luke Pinches can take inspiration from Dean Young, who was a Q School top-up who came in, and he's through to the second phase. Won a group with 7 points.
7. Thirteen. 14.
Well, you could see we were right down the line of the shot there, really good camera angle, and he was playing with lots of side, and you have to believe that's why he missed the ping by so much.
Yeah, just a misjudgment there from Luke, as we see it again. So yeah, first proper chance for Yao this frame really, but as you can see, the Reds are not very nicely situated.
Eight. Nine. 14. $15.
And now the really hard work starts. I think if he cleared up from here, Liam, that'd give him the freedom of the city.
Yeah, for some weird reason, I highly doubt he's clearing up from here. I think he's going to favour for the snooker here on the red, try and get him behind the brown.
18.
Proving me wrong.
19.
Has he got the angle on the yellow to get the last red out? It seems a little steep to me, but he's giving it a good go. The yellow will put him back on level terms at 25 points each.
Nearly got freedom of the city there, didn't he?
21.
It's amazing some of the clearances you see over the years. Nothing has beaten for me the Williams clearance against Tom Ford in the first round of the Tour Championship a couple of years back when he went on to capture the title. He was jet lagged. He'd just come back home from a long haul flight. He'd been well in front. Ford battled back to 9 each. And he was well in front in the decider Ford. He missed it already, should have potted, and then the clearance Williams made. I still can't quite comprehend how he did it. Another cracking clearance was from Judd Trump against Stephen Maguire in the semi-finals of the Players' Championship in Southport in 2020. Brilliant. And a man you've beaten, John Higgins. He's produced about 25 of them.
Yeah, that's his trademark, isn't it? Was it the one at the Crucible against Mark Allen? Was it Mark Allen? 12 all. He's doubled the red in the middle, and then yeah, went on to win the match.
Not very often you see this on the last red, 25 points each.
Oh, miss.
Well, that
Yeah,
swells the scores by an extra 4. But the thing you've got to tell yourself in professional snooker, Liam, and I'm sure you're well acquainted with this, is the fact that even an ugly frame like this, it's just as important as one where you make a 147.
Yeah, correct. It's, if anything, it's even more important, you know, for your opponent to lose a frame like this. It's It's a lot more painful than when your opponent gets in, knocks a long ball, makes a max, yeah. And especially given the format of this, you know, these frames are, I think, even more important.
Now, theoretically, the pot is on to top right, but he's very, very close to the red. Did well.
1. Free. 5.
9 in front, so he needs green, brown and blue, and the obvious problem is the brown.
Eight.
Yeah, this was the Invitation Championship League back in the winter. I would heavily fancy him to pot it because the pockets there played a lot more generously than these.
Yeah, very
12.
good shot that. Quite a lot of the players yesterday said that the pockets, they're playing tighter than they normally are. But yeah, the blue just goes in, so that
17.
should be the frame for Yao Peng Cheng.
Yao Peng Cheng. 17.
Two snookers required on pink and black. Highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's extremely rare the frame is 1 when you need 2 snookers on the pink, but Luke's trying to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I think he's obligated to carry on, but the chances are he will not succeed. Especially now. That's a novel way to get a pink over a pocket. Well, that had so much action in it, that shot. Where do you start? The second match of the day on table 2 is underway. Ishpreet Singh Chadha from India against Chattapong Nasser of Thailand. What a gentleman, Ishpreet. Lovely guy, isn't he?
Yeah, lovely lad. Practiced with him a few times at Dingshunwi Snooker Academy, and yeah, he did really well last year to get into the 64, and now, well, we'll see if he can kick on.
won snooker on pink and black. That's an entirely different matter. We've seen so many really important frames swing away from a player who looks certain to win it, but when you need to, it's a lost cause really. And so it proves what a low-scoring frame that was. All balls spotted apart from the black, 52 to 25. But Yao Peng Cheng, with a 100% record so far this season, leads by 1 frame to 0. So let's have a peek over onto table 2, where Ishpreet is at the table. Good to see snooker being as cosmopolitan as it can be. Players from so many different nations taking part, and we like to see India represented. Of course, they have been kings of one cue sport, billiards.
Yeah, Pankaj Advani, the man for that, and a couple before that. I'm sure you'll know. You might have the stats, but I do not.
Well, Geet Sethi, who was an absolutely phenomenal player, made 1,000 break in billiards and a 147 in snooker.
40.
Yeah, plenty of others as well. There was some suggestion, actually, that when the Commonwealth Games was held in Delhi, snooker and billiards might make the medal roster, but that wasn't the case in the end, which was a great shame.
Yeah, I think that was in 2010, wasn't it? Yeah, and yeah, it was a very, very hot one.
So, Liam, when did you first start playing snooker? How old were you?
Well, my grandma got me a little table when I was about 6 or 7. I think that's quite a common story. And then, yeah, when I was 10, when I was pestering my mum and dad, oh, look, come on, can I play on a full-size table now? And finally did. And, yeah, ever since then, sort of, I suppose when I was 12 or 13, I quit football, and then, yeah, it was just snooker all the way. But yeah, being the COVID generation, obviously I had a year off. So I think that was when I was like 15, as probably Luke did maybe. But yeah, it was a weird time, wasn't it? But an opportunity for Luke here to get his arm going.
I was watching him practice actually earlier on, because the practice tables aren't too far away from our commentary position, and I don't know whether he was doing it as a practice routine, but he was taking on a few long balls with the lengthiest pause I've ever seen in my life. Maybe it was just some kind of practice routine, as I say. Much lengthier than he adopts in matches.
Yeah, I think golfers do it, don't they? They do like they stop at the top sometimes, and yeah, I think in snooker nobody's ever really done that, have they? So yeah, unusual.
$11. Good pitches, 11.
barring a remarkable turnaround, Ishpreet Singh Chadha is going to win the first frame from Chattapong Nasser on table 2. You know, there are plenty of cliches in sport as the cue ball annoyingly runs on just a little too far there. One of them is winning becomes a habit. Now, one of the reasons cliches hang around is because they are true.
Yeah,
Winning
Peng Cheng
becomes a
won.
habit, and I think we're seeing that with Yao Peng Cheng this season.
Yeah, and also losing can become a habit too. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, you get some momentum, and then you get into positions where sometimes I don't know, the game will decide you have an error now. But yeah, getting over the line becomes easier, and maybe we might see this today for Peng Cheng.
And I think that must be one of the great insecurities for a professional sportsman, Liam, that you never really know when you get up what's going to happen. You know, you can be playing brilliantly and then have a real off day, or conversely, you can be really struggling and suddenly you find top form.
Yeah, that's the problem with snooker, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, you think you've solved the game, and then a week later you're in bits. But yeah, you've got to just keep going and keep battling away. That is a bit pacey. So can Peng Cheng cut this red in?
Well, I think we saw a classic example of just how fickle form can be here on Saturday. Louis Heathcote in his first match played brilliantly, went straight back on to play second and just committed a whole host of mistakes not dissimilar to that. So a really good scoring chance. The best of the match so far falls to pinches.
One. Seven.
Luke's
8.
heart must have been in his mouth when he saw that pin going towards the pocket. It only just wriggled in. Won 3 matches out of 5 contested at the Q School recently.
$14. $21. $22. $27.
A few times he's not got hold of the cue ball when he's been screwing back as much as he wanted to, but he played the blue pretty well. but not that red. So we saw him in the first frame grossly undercut a pink, and now pretty much the same applies to that red. Different pocket, same outcome.
One.
Well, that's the ideal way to get on the blue. Using both jaws of the middle, Liam.
Did you not see that one?
No.
And absolutely perfect on the blue here to maybe go into the cluster of reds. Maybe choosing to do it off black or pink.
6. Seven.
Here's Yao on the
14.
red to left middle. That's the only possibility, I think.
$15.
And you see, that's what happens when you're winning. It's a subtle piece of luck, but they make so much difference.
Yeah, the pack really off the black there didn't really look too appealing, really. But he's potted a good red in the middle there, and now a great chance.
$20. $21.
Well, it's the first day of July, so June is now in the books, and the World Snooker Tour these days have a Player of the Month. I think we might be looking at him, actually. For June, that is, not July. We don't know yet, but yeah, I think what he
28.
did in those qualifiers qualifies him for serious consideration.
Yeah, he should definitely be nominated, that's for sure.
29.
Of course, the ultimate goal, Liam, is to be Player of the Month in May, because then, you know, you're world champion.
35.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
36.
So Yao now should be looking to see how he can get the red off the cushion. I mean, favourably the pink. So hopefully he can get high on the red here.
$42. 43. $48. Yellow pension, 48.
Well, by distance, the highest break of the match so far. And if that cue ball had gone in behind the black, Pinches would have been in a whole heap of trouble. Still might be. Turns away, looks to the heavens. The first priority of safety, always get the object ball safe. Well, I think, yeah, I was convinced he'd left it on, but from that view, I don't think he has. Well, the yellow going safe doesn't particularly favour either player. They both need it. One of the leading traits of Luke Pinches' father, Barry. He was a very fine match player. Beat Jimmy White at the Crucible. Just after White had won a world ranking title in Glasgow the week before. Oh, the double kiss. And that really was dreaded.
One.
Yeah, so one good positional shot here to try and get on to the problem ball, the yellow. That is a very, very nice flick.
8.
The flick from heaven, because at one point it looked as though the green might be obstructing the yellow. Not so.
10.
So he's only 1 point behind now, Luke Pinches. Here is that shot again. Just a wonderful little bump. It's the front.
13.
Brown, blue and pink required.
Seventeen.
Yeah, played the brown
22.
perfectly, and now pink for the frame.
Luke Pinches 28.
Two
Frame.
tied frames have been shared. That's why Yapeng Cheng and Luke Pinches have arrived at 1-1. So over on table 2, Ishpreet Singh Chadha 1-0 up and 21 points ahead with 3 reds left in the second. Given that the group's top seed, Leipei Fan, drew his opening match against Wang Xinbo, this is a wonderful opportunity for Ishpreet to go top of the table. And he's the second seed in the group, so he gets to play back-to-back matches. He's up next against Wang. Just caress the black, try to go across the face of it.
Seven.
So, red and black needed for Chachapong Nasser to need a snooker.
8.
And I can't help myself, I'm going to say it. Right now,
15.
Nasser not over the moon.
No comment.
The tie does have a modicum of hope though now.
Ishpreet Chadha 15. One.
Now if you could get somehow in behind the green, that could create problems. Not much space though. First off, you have to pot the black. We will let you know about Nasser's quest for a snooker. Now it's back to table 1 where Luke Pinches, thanks to winning the second frame on the pink, he's back on level terms at 1-1. Well, he gave that some welly to no effect.
One.
It's a very deceptive camera angle always when you see the pink next to the reds. Quite often you
Yellow
think
ball.
there's no chance it will go to middle, and sometimes it does, but in this instance it doesn't.
Yeah, unfortunately for Luke there, where it landed, he couldn't really do a great deal with that red. Had to just hope he'd find himself in a better situation.
Made a mess of that, and again the cue ball could have finished a lot kinder for pinches. Now though, Liam, he's banging.
One.
Yeah, good pot on the red. Fantastic chance to try and put Peng Chen under pressure. Wiped its feet though.
8. Nine.
It's not identical, but there are certain characteristics of Luke Pinch's cue action that are similar to that of his father.
$16. 17.
Yeah, you'd probably put Luke Pinches and Barry Pinches second to Oliver Lines and Peter Lines, wouldn't you? Really, and then but then there also is Wang Xingbo in the other group today. His brother is Wang Xingzong, and I'm pretty sure he's like, I think he's 14. I think he's been in a wild card a couple of times in the China events. But yeah, that could be, in a few years' time, that could be an interesting one.
Of course, when it comes to siblings,
24.
I think it would be very difficult to beat Joe and Fred Davis, who won so many world titles.
$25.
You know, this is a recurring theme. Every time he plays a deep screw shot, he doesn't get hold of the white. That's at least 3 cases I can recall where he just hasn't had the zip on the cue ball at all.
Yeah, it's just those little nippy shots, isn't it, where you just need to get back past the red, just miss it. But yeah, sadly for Luke, break comes to an end at 26. Was looking to do a bit more damage than that.
Blue ball. Luke Pinches, 25.
Must ask you a question, Liam, about the forthcoming season. You must be really excited about it. You're established now.
Yeah, obviously extremely excited. As every season, obviously I'm pretty young. I want to do a lot better than I did last season. Obviously I'll try my best and yeah, keep working hard. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
And of course, you're very fortunate to play at a time when there are so many tournaments and so much prize money out there.
Yeah, the opportunity on the World Snooker Tour now is unbelievable. Yeah, you can change your life in a week, really. So hopefully that's the case.
So the next question, what's the proudest moment so far?
Well, I mean, the 147 was good, but definitely qualifying for the Crucible and to do it, obviously, at 20 as well. Tick it off early. Yeah, it has to be that. There's no topping that because, yeah, it's the best feeling I've had in snooker. You know, walking out to, like, what, 950 people, 1,000 people, and, you know, doing what every snooker player dreams of, you know, walking out at the Crucible.
Did it meet your expectations?
Yeah, it exceeded it, to be fair. Well, at least meet. But yeah, I'd say exceed because, yeah, it was just so fun. Unfortunately, yeah, Chris dusted me. But, yeah, hopefully I'm back there next year.
Yeah, I think he played better against you than he did against Brian earlier. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
Wow.
So Pinches, already 27 points to the good. What an opportunity to take the lead. Sixteen completed groups in the first phase so far. 11 top seeds have been successful, 4 second seeds, and just 1 fourth seed, the aforementioned Dean Young. Will Luke Pinches or Choisky join Young as a Q-School top-up in the last 32? Early days, but this group is not exactly going how most thought it would.
Yeah, it's definitely not very good for the betting companies, is it?
Well, certainly not good for favourite backers because Wakelin would have been a big favourite against a Choisky, and the way he started the season, Yao Peng Cheng also a big favourite to win this match, and he could still do so, of course, but right now Pinches is the one who's looking the more dangerous.
Yeah, both matches are sort of turning out in the same sort of way, really. Both been quite scrappy, low scoring. But yeah, both the high seeds started off 1-0 up, looking comfortable, and then now the lower seed coming back at them.
Luke Pinches, 16.
Well, in terms of pots, that's the best single pot of the match so far for me.
Yeah, very dangerous shot. I'm not sure whether he thought the white was going to go through the red and the black there, the gap, but the reward was there.
Seven. Eight. 15.
Never really possessed the angle to do what he wanted to there. And this red to a distant bulk pocket is so easily jawed.
Yeah, pinchen 15.
Well, at least he was enterprising. He didn't try and shut up shop. But now, after this very close run thing, pinches is in to put the finishing touches to the frame.
One.
Have you played him much, Liam, in junior and amateur events?
Not that I can recall, to be honest. Maybe once. I don't know. Yeah, you've flustered me. But yeah, I've seen him play quite a lot, obviously, on the amateur scene. But yeah, that miss black could be costly.
When you're not used to playing in front of the TV cameras for big money, it's a very different situation to playing in club tournaments or practicing. You don't show your true self, and of course that in itself is frustrating.
Yeah, this is the first match for Luke today, obviously, and Peng Cheng, but he just wants to try and get settled down as fast as he can. Maybe he hasn't yet, but
One.
who knows what could happen.
Over on table 2, Ishpreet Singh Chadha 2-0 up, and in the balls for a possible 3-0 victory over Chattapong Nasser.
5. Twelve. Yeah, pinchen 12.
Given all the success he's had of late, hard to believe he missed that one, but it's in keeping with the rest of the match, which is low-key to say the least. Yapeng Cheng did win his first stage group last year. Had wins over the likes of Zach Shurty, who's a fine player, and over the 1997 world champion Ken Doherty during the previous campaign as well. Today, though, hasn't sparked yet.
One. 4.
Regardless of what he pots off the penultimate red, he will need the last red.
Five.
And by taking a low valley colour, he'll need the last red plus another ball after that.
Yeah, and he's just underscrewed it really here
9.
on the red. So if he was to take it on, it's going to be a very tricky shot.
Yeah, again, the cue ball didn't seem to bite, did it? Sort of skidded when it hit the brown.
Luke pinches 9.
So the frame remains alive, and with all of the colours out in the open, whoever pots the last red will be a big favourite, obviously. Pinches would be pretty much over the line if he knocks in the last red, but don't discount a Yao Peng Cheng clearance.
It's a chance here for Luke to win the frame.
One.
Very nicely potted. So 26 in front. Any colour will leave Yao, requiring a snooker.
Free. Luke pinches free.
You know, Liam, in terms of expending nervous energy, they're the kind of balls you want. Frame ball plus 1, 2 or 3 to eliminate any messing around for snookers.
Yeah, it's so often when, you know, you just need that one ball just to finish a frame off. The frame ends up being another 20, 25 minutes later, but Peng Cheng has put the yellow over the middle pocket, and I think that will be it now. Might try to get out.
2.
Can't tell you, Ishpreet Singh Chadha has beaten Chattapong Nasser 3-0.
5.
So the Indian player remains on table 2 to take on Wang Xingbo next. Next for us after this is the all-important fourth frame. Luke pinches. The best
14.
he can do is a win. The worst is a draw. Yao Peng Cheng's 100% record for the season has been punctuated.
14 in the frame.
And that's because Luke Pinches, the Q School top-up who came into the tournament when Sam Craigie withdrew, has taken a 2-1 lead. We didn't see a lot of the Ishpreet Singh Chadha match against Chattapong Nasser, but he was a dominant force in it. He made breaks of 71 in the first frame, 67 in the third. And if he can beat Wang Xingbo now with 6 points from 2 matches, and with Lei Pei Fan having drawn his first match, the top seed, Ishpreet Singh Chadha would be in a very strong position at the halfway point. So far, in the last 32, players from 6 nations represented: England, China, Wales, Scotland, Iran and Thailand. England have 5 representatives through, same with China. Wales 2, Scotland 2, Iran 1, Thailand 1. So that's the table. Okay, only 1 match gone, so we can't really read a lot into it, but there's no doubt that Nasser is in trouble already, and that Ishpreet Singh Chadha is looking good. Lepe Fan, though, former Scottish Open champion, if he were to win his last couple of matches, he could still top the table and justify top seeding. The same for Wang Zhenbo. Here on table 1, assuming that Luke Pinchers were to win, he would have 3 points and he would join his fellow Q School top-up Brian Ochoyski on 3. But of course that's a big assumption because we've still got 1 more frame to play, and if Yao Peng Cheng were to win it, and he'd be highly motivated to do so, he'd be very much in the mix again. By the way, tomorrow, coming up, another couple of groups, groups 17 and 30. On table 1 it will be Joe O'Connor, Liu Hongyu, Oliver Brown and Paul Norris, who's a very interesting character, 59 years of age, and he's going to be a rookie on tour. Got to be the oldest ever rookie, so we wish him the very best. As for group 30, it's Daniel Wells, Stuart Carrington, Thanawat Terapongpai Boone and Stan Moody.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that Stan Moody. I'm not too sure if he can play or not.
So is he friend, rival, both?
Yeah, both. Definitely both. Back in the day, he'll admit it himself, we were enemies. And I suppose in a sort of little way we are now, but it's a good rivalry, I suppose, and yeah, it's very friendly.
For years I wrote for newspapers and we love to hear that. Enemies, we like that. Grudge matches, confrontation, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for the media, any media is good media, isn't it? That's the phrase, I think. And but yeah, it's all good between us. But back in the day, it did get pretty sour.
You see, as a 20-year-old, you're not really entitled to say back in the day.
Just trying to make you feel a bit older.
I think that's impossible.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Thanawat, I won't pronounce his second name, so that I don't do him any injustice. But I'm pretty sure he's the youngest player on tour to make a 147. Did so at 16.
That's right. Terapongpai Boone, easy.
Easy. Terapongpai Boone.
What a vital frame this is for the group.
Yeah, and a very good safety shot there from Peng Cheng. Putting Luke in some trouble here. But yeah, the standard dump shot there, all he could do. But he has left a red into the left middle here, and I think he will go for it.
Right into the heart of
What?
the pocket, but the cue ball is nowhere. Well, you can't accuse him of
Yeah, open.
Being-
1.
too conservative. He's gone for his shots in this match, and it's not really paid off.
Touching ball.
Always a real internal battle, I suppose, Liam, when you're playing as to what to do in terms of shot selection, whether to be defensive, whether to attack. You never know quite what the balance is. I think it's somehow just how you feel at the time.
Yeah, a lot of shot selection is how you feel at the time, but to be honest, on the green there, I didn't really see a lot of value in it. He couldn't really get the white onto the left-hand side of the table from the green, and yeah, I just think that shot was a bit too much to ask, really. But yeah, table 2 has resumed, and Ishpreet Singh Chadha in straight away again.
Just knocked in a very cheeky plant. Well, the first 3 frames haven't seen the balls particularly well placed for scoring. I think that's been broken now, that spell. Whoever gets in here could make a few. Should make a few. And that's another aspect of the game, Liam, that I'm sure you're well acquainted with. Sometimes you can go to a match and feel so good, but the balls conspire against both players and it becomes a real scrap fest.
Yeah, a lot of snooker can be very different day to day. I mean, you can play very well both days, but you know, sometimes the snooker gods don't allow you to, and you've got to learn to be able to play, you know, these tactical frames, and yeah, these are the most important. As I don't think we've had a 50 plus yet today, have we, in this group?
No, we have not, no. I think Yao Peng Cheng made a 48, that's the best.
1. Six. 7.
Sometimes, of course, you don't have to make big breaks to make headline news. 1982 World Championship, Steve Davis was the defending champion. He was winning everything on the tour at the time. King of the 80s, of course. He played Tony Knowles in the first round. Knowles beat him 10-1. It was a seismic result at the time. And you think, well, Knowles must have played out of his skin. He made 2 half-centuries. 67 and 55.
11.
But this has been very bitty.
Look, pinches. 11.
All very different to table 2, where Ishpreet Singh Chadha has made an 89 break, which is ongoing, to take a 1-0 lead over Wang Xinbo. Now that's a really good safety. He needed a super thin contact, and that's what he got. Hence the tap on the table.
Yeah, the only shot for Luke there was just a thin clip off that red, but I think he's got away with it.
India's best, Ishpreet Singh Chadha, in a purple patch on table 2. He's just made a break of 118 to take a 1-0 lead over Wang Xinbo. Here, the ball's just conspiring against both of them. The little runs, the little rubs, they're just making things really awkward.
Yeah, pinchen. 1.
And I suppose, Liam, the only thing you can do in this kind of situation is just ride it out.
Yeah, snooker can be so strange. Like one day one day it's just relentless scoring, and then sometimes it's like this. And yeah, like I said earlier, you got to play the right shots at the right times, you know, percentages, and yeah, I hope that's enough.
Now, I just heard you say there, Liam, off mic, massive bounce. Did you suffer from a couple from that cushion last night? We thought you did.
Yeah, I mean, there was one instance when I played the yellow into the yellow bag, and I've come off the baulk cushion, side cushion, and then I've hit the black cushion, and I've got a huge bounce, and yeah, it left me out of position on no shot. And then another instance as well, I've put the black down the rail and it's flown off, and yeah, I mean, not a lot you can do there really, but yeah, Elliot played really well. But yeah, very frustrating, to be fair.
Well, Yao still had the red on. Missed it to middle, and again, pinches right in amongst them now.
1.
It's not very often in these groups you have two players involved in the same group who are Q School top-ups. It certainly is very rare that they both win their opening matches, but that could be the case here.
Yeah, and it could also be the case of both being 1-0 down and winning 3-1, which, you know, very strange in itself.
So often in these groups, it is match 6 that is the decider, the one between the top two seeds. Today, who knows, match 5 pinches against a Choiski. That could be the one that determines who goes through.
Maybe they knew I was leaving after match 5, and they thought, yeah, let's let's get his money's worth.
8.
So have you enjoyed your first taste of commentary, Liam? You seem a natural to me.
Well, thank you very much. I think you're being a bit polite there. But yeah, it's enjoyable. It's different for me. Like I said earlier, I don't want to get used to it, I'm afraid. I want to try and have at least 3 decades, which obviously is quite a long way away, but yeah, the plan is to play.
Well, when I'm 94,
Okay.
we'll resume our partnership then.
See you then.
Now, he's missed a couple of
15.
shots like that on the thick side already today, and that one hit the jaw.
Yeah, noticeably again, he's just underscrewed. Just left him in a little bit of a pickle here.
Twenty.
Barry Pinches, Luke's father, is a snooker man through and through. He'll be watching this
21.
with great interest. And again, that same thing happens when he's playing those delicate screw shots. He's just not generating the backspin.
Yeah, very strange. I was just about to say, well, after being well negotiated after the blue and now being back in the business end.
Ping pong.
But yeah, he'll be very annoyed because he definitely had a very good opportunity there to win the match.
Luke Pinches 21.
Well, like father, like son, Barry Pinches was well known for being a really clever tactical player, and 30 in front, Pinches at least had the the sense to put the pink safe. Again, a very aggressive shot choice, and he's left the red.
One.
The question is, are we about to see Peng Cheng's unbeaten record fall apart in this match?
Five.
Another poor positional shot from Finches, leaving hampered queuing over the brown.
6.
But with the awkwardness of one red, the pink and the green all on that right-hand side cushion, every ball he can pot here is valuable. It's a useful lead as it is.
Yeah, given the table situation, he's got some good insurance there, so even less pressure to
10.
win the match at this visit.
Look, Pinches 10.
His side of the scoreboard going up in small increments. And with 5 reds left, still 67 there.
One.
Overcut that quite badly. And right at the start of the match, we talked about how quickly these groups can change. If Yao Peng Cheng can win this frame, then win his next match, everything in the garden would be rosy again. This visit, well, you have to think his next couple of visits will be really vital.
Well, like you said earlier, I think if he clears up here, I think he might get freedom of the city.
13.
Yeah, this is much like the first frame. Hard to imagine.
14.
But at least now he's back in the frame. Well, he's done some work there.
21.
Marginally freeing up the green, totally freeing up the pink. And now he can lay a pretty good safety.
Ja, Benjamin, 21.
There's nothing glamorous about this match, nothing glamorous about this frame. But these are the ones, especially when you're trying to get into the top 64 to keep your card next season, these are the ones that can make such a difference.
Yeah, I think for getting in the top 64, these are the most important frames, really. Like I say, in this format, in Championship League, these are the most important frames.
Just enough juice on the red. So a few moments ago, the table was not very appealing. Now only the green is safe.
Yeah, I think the frames changed quite dramatically now. I think about 5-10 minutes ago, Luke was looking like an absolute certainty to win the match. But now, Peng Cheng getting the green off the cushion as well, but leaving the red up.
Yeah, you can understand the need to get the green in the open, but I think he was taking a risk there that wasn't warranted at that time.
Yeah, we talked about shot selection earlier, and I think there he didn't really truly know where the red was going to end up. Yeah, not too much value involved.
But the cue ball in no man's land. Several pots available, but none of them particularly appetising.
Yeah, to be honest though, I'd be quite surprised if he was to turn down the yellow with the rest here. I feel like, you know, it's a natural angle to get onto the red and win the match here and now.
Sorry? Yellow ball. Look, pinches one.
Well, he did turn it down. Put the yellow safe. I think he's banking on the fact if he can pot the last red with a high value colour, then yeah, would need a snooker. And talking of snookers,
One.
will Pinchers regret not going for the throat?
Yeah, for me, I think the yellow maybe was too tempting, but obviously he chose to play safe. Didn't get the snooker, which was the key part. And yeah, now you'd have to say Peng Chang's in control, even though he's behind here.
Ping ball. Thank you.
Well, he turned down the 4
Yeah,
extra
I'll be
points
21.
offered by the brown. A, to lay the snooker, and B, to open up the table completely, getting the pink away from the green. But has he got the snooker? Well, in a fashion. Yeah, very easy swerve. .19 points separates these two players. So, pinches from here would need yellow and green. Yao Peng Chang would need the lot.
That's a good safety there from Luke, putting Peng Chang in trouble, and you'd have to say relying on a bit of luck here to get the yellow safe.
And fortune has been forthcoming.
Yeah, the key thing about that shot was getting the object ball safe. Couldn't really do a right lot with the white. But can Luke get the white in behind one of these bought colours or the pink?
Now that's a little bit nifty. Last thing he wants is a full ball snooker behind the pink, though. He's definitely been the more adventurous of the two, hasn't he?
Yeah, you'd have to say he's been a bit more attacking. But like we said earlier, the snooker gods have not allowed him any fortune for that. It's been quite funny, really. I mean, the first match and the second match have panned out very, very similar. But will this one be a draw or a win to the lower seed?
Well, length of the table. And is that pink in the way again? It certainly is for the potting angle. Well, as safety shots go, that is pretty appalling. I'm trying to think of a kind word, but I couldn't think of any.
Harsh, Phil.
Was poor, though. Come on, Liam.
No, it was. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, he should have. The brown should have been coming down the black line, but now an opportunity for Luke. And yet again, you'd have to say it's a good pot on the brown, but just hasn't quite got enough backspin on the shot again.
And so tantalisingly, 18 in front with 18 on. That does it, though.
9.
It's been the morning stroke afternoon for the Q School top-up boys. Brian Ochoyski first, beating Chris Wakelin 3-1. And now, almost certainly, Luke Pinches ending the unbeaten start of the season for Yao Peng Cheng. It was a lengthy match. It was a scrappy one. But the desired result went to Luke Pinches, beating Yao Peng Cheng 3-1. And Yao now has to try and make amends in around 5 minutes' time when he plays the last match of the session against Brian Ochoyski.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
It's taken a while, but we've arrived at our third match of the day. Yao Peng Cheng looking to bounce back after that surprise 3-1 defeat by Luke Pinches. He's up against Brian Ochoyski, who was the architect of a surprise in the first match of the day, beating Chris Wakelin, the world number 13, by 3 frames to 1. So this one will have a really big impact on the group, no doubt about that. As you can see on table 2, it's been a wonderful time for Ishpreet Singh Chadha. Won his first match 3-0 against Chattapong Nasser, and he's now 2-0 up on Wang Xinbo. Won the first frame with a break of 118. He edged the second, a much scrappy affair, on the blue. So if Yao can win this match, which before we got underway you thought he would be favourite to do so, if he can win this match, the group could be turned on its head. And then, at 4:30 this afternoon, if Chris Wakelin can beat Luke Pinches, then they're all level on 3 points. I think it's going to be an unconventional group, Dave, don't you?
Yeah, well, it certainly hasn't gone the way I think we were expecting so far. Could still end up being between Chris Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng in the end, but we'll see. They both need to improve, clearly.
He tried his best to make things happen in the previous match, Yao. He did go for his shots. He was enterprising and attacking, but nothing really worked.
Could be a similar story here. I mean, he's gone into them with full confidence there, but I'm not sure he's actually on anything. He might try and conjure up a plant here. One red onto the other. That was an unfortunate noise there just before he played that shot.
What was that?
Well, it's not the ice cream van. We've already had that. And referee, actually, I was talking to Dimitri upstairs, he's refereeing now, and he said he's quite interested in the ice cream van because he said we don't have them in Latvia. I've only seen them in cartoons, he said. So he's quite excited by it. Anyway, Brian Ochoyski was very attacking against Chris Wakelin. It was quite a scrappy game, but he never changed his approach. He was aggressive, and it worked. He got the win. And now looking to benefit from Yao Peng Cheng opening up the reds here. I was talking to him as well. He was saying, I was asking about snooker in France, and he was saying that he thinks there's about 400 players affiliated to the National Federation. But as you can imagine, there aren't that many places to play. And he doesn't feel it's a huge sport yet in France, but of course they do have the Eurosport coverage, which can only help.
17.
And he says the figures are good there.
And we've had 2 world ranking events in France years and years ago. 1989 European Open in Deauville, in the casino town there, famous for its racetrack as well.
23.
And also in 1990, the same tournament went to Lyon. Played in the Maison de Judo.
24.
Both won by John Parrott, of course.
Yeah, and the 89 one, it was Parrott's first world ranking title, beat Terry Griffiths in a very tight and enjoyable final.
29.
Well, it's not great for this black. He needs the rest. It's thin. We've seen a few of these missed already. Chris Wakelin actually missed a black against Stochoitsky. Frame 1, he was 33 in front. Similar to this, using the rest. And that one stays out. I think it's been the story on this table today, just players just losing position or ideal position and just not being able to continue. So 24 the lead, but Yao Peng Cheng with a, got to say, good scoring opportunity. Clearly has to win this match now to stand any chance of winning the group. It could be one of those groups, and it doesn't happen very often where they all sort of cancel each other out.
Right.
Well, this is the 9th frame of the day on this table, and remarkably, we haven't had a half century yet. That could be put to rights here.
Yeah, I mean, he's already made more centuries this season than the whole of last. He's made 4 already, 3 last season. So, you know, that performance at the qualifiers here, just a couple of weeks ago,
16.
suggested he would be tough to beat in this group. And he still might be, but he's going to have to win this match, as I say, to stand any chance.
Twenty-three. Twenty-four.
Well, he did well there because it was slightly hampered, as you saw, but
31.
nicely on the next red.
Thirty-two. Thirty-eight. 39.
Well, blue to lead by 20, so 2 reds with blacks. You wouldn't need the other red. Well, he's not that's no good.
44.
Not even his best break of the day. Made a 48 against Luke Pinches in that losing effort.
Yao Peng Cheng, 44.
Came onto the tour, as I mentioned before, by being in the top 2 on the CBSA tour in China. And if you're in that grouping, you know he's got to be a really good player. But Achoyski plays with freedom. So he has to be careful. I know, Dave, you commentated on his match against Jack Lazowski when he won 5-0 and absolutely dominated that with a string of breaks. He's one of those players who goes for his shots. And he's very good, actually, at that kind of shot. Oh, he's just missed it. The one where he's really close to the object ball with the cue ball. He knocked in several against Luke Pinches, and he's clearly not scared to take them on. Has the blue come to his rescue?
Well, another chance. He will need the last red. That one only just went in.
1.
So just put in the blue safe, but we'd like to have covered the red as well. Seem to maybe give a little bit too much thought to the blue there, not the cue ball.
Yeah, against Pinches he was prone to several safety mistakes. Notably on the brown in the final frame, it was a howler.
Well, can he knock this red in? It's about one good piece of cueing here and it should be his frame. Yes, he can. Well, that's superb. So, Yao Peng Cheng looking good to take the opener.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's a really good potter, and that's where his strength lies. When it comes to the tactical side of the game, still got much to learn.
5.
But maybe he's on the road to recovery in this group.
7.
Yeah, I mean, if he can win the match, obviously Achoyski beat Wakelin, so that actually is a good result then for Yao Peng Cheng if he wins this one. And it still suggests we might be coming down to Wakelin against Yao to decide it all. We'll see, because obviously Luke Pinches has already won a match. It's a very interesting group, I think, the way it started.
14.
Like so many players these days, he can switch hands comfortably.
25.
If Yao Peng Cheng suffered an adverse reaction to losing his first match of the day, it was not on display there. He leads Brian Achoyski by 1 frame to 0. Quite a lengthy safety exchange going on table 2. Ishpreet Singh Chadha 2-0 up on Wang Xingbo and 20 in front, but plenty of red still in the third frame available. But if Ishpreet can win this frame and start with 2 3-0 victories, he would take all the toppling. Started this match with a break of 118. He beat Chattapong Nasser 3-0 earlier, helped by runs of 71 and 67, so he's playing nicely. If you want to see the continuation of that match, indeed all of the matches today and throughout the tournament, just go to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And rest assured, Dave and I will keep you informed as the group continues over on table 2.
Well, didn't really want to knock that red onto the blue, but anyway, it was a good pot. So clearly the red pot's to left corner.
4.
Well, it did, but it's not in.
Marianochevsky 4.
Notice this against Wakelin does have a tendency to hit the balls harder than he needs to. But that's a common trait amongst amateur players when they come onto these pro tables.
One.
Great effort off 2 cushions. And
6.
first glance, he's been a bit unlucky. Well, could still play this red to the green pocket. Guess he felt it was the only one he could possibly leave. And he'd be on the black if he got it. But actually there may be a red to middle here. Yeah, there was.
Wow.
So I'm not sure Yao Peng Cheng even considered that.
I don't think he did. I don't think he factored that into his thought process.
Doesn't hang about, does he? Get the referee having to get the ball on quick. Of course, it'd be a foul if he played the shot with the referee still spotting the ball. Big day for Brian, obviously, coming here as a top-up in a group featuring a member of the top 16 and the person who won the most matches at the qualifiers. But So far, he's looked very confident.
$24.
Well, can he continue here? This is a big shot to play. No problem.
25.
Simply superb. He's a 12th on the Q School Order of Merit. Got to the final round of the second event, but he was beaten 4-2 by Gong Chen Zi, who got his card as a result. It was 2-2 actually. Gong pulled away. But in that particular Q School event, Machoyski had good scalps, beat Sanderson Lam and Josh Thomond, who is top of the Q School Order of Merit.
$36.
Yeah, it's hard coming from a country where, you know, there aren't many other really good players, because you can be the best. Oh dear, well, he's caught the wrong red. I was going to say you can be the best player in your country, but to improve you've got to play other players. That costs money to move to other countries, but that, well, there is a French word to describe it, but maybe we won't use it.
The Ishpreet Singh Chadha Roadshow rolls on. He has won 3-0 against Wang Xingbo. So that's maximum points. 6 frames won, 0 lost.
$8. $9.
Well, that's got everything into play, so there isn't a safe ball on the table here. The points don't really mean anything in this scenario. Yao Peng Cheng favourite because he's at the table. Just got to deal with this yellow with the rest, get back to the reds, and then he's a heavy favourite actually to go 2-0 up.
I know he lost his first match,
11.
but you can see the way he plays, how he got those results in the China and Wuhan Open qualifiers.
$12.
And of course, coming up later this month, because it's the 1st of July today, later this month, another series of qualifiers for the Shenzhen Open, English Open and British Open. If he stays undefeated in those, Dave, he's going to be heading for a good season.
Well, that would be something. I think the thing is, though,
19.
players take notice of what other players are doing, and you know, if you come up against him now, you think, oh wow, he's he's in good form. So that could certainly be a help for that week of qualifying coming up.
$20.
Very straight cueist, right under the chin. No dominant eye. And he delivers the cue actually
27.
with pretty good timing. I was saying earlier to Liam Pullen, Dave, and I think he agreed with me. I think it was thanks to you, actually, the World Snooker Tour have instituted a Player of the Month. And he must be a prime candidate to be June's Player of the Month. Can't think of anyone who could supersede what he's done.
No, I mean, obviously there wasn't a lot of snooker played. Michael Holt made a maximum. I suppose he might be in line for it. But yeah, he won the most matches. The May poll was short and sweet. Wu Yiza won. And if he hadn't, then the whole thing would have been scrapped, I think.
Yeah, of all the months you want to win, that's the one, isn't it? May.
So, just got to stay nicely in now, you would feel, to make it 2-0.
41. 42.
Just, I think, on the incorrect side of the blue, so he will play this red at a little more distance than he wanted to.
Seven. 48.
Good stuff, this. Especially on the back of a defeat.
Well, Choisky was looking good. He attempted to pot a red, caught another one. He's played a very aggressive game, but it looks like he's about to go 2-0 down. Yellow and green needed.
57. 60.
So this is more in keeping with what we were kind of expecting from him today.
64.
Yeah, a few folks watching his first match might have been scratching their heads thinking, how on earth did he win half a dozen matches against really good opposition in those qualifiers? Well, this is why. I think we're going to see a reasonable amount of Yao Peng Cheng as the season goes on.
Well, if breaks do come into this group, this is by far the highest so far. It's going to be 82 with the black.
Two in the frame, Yao Peng Cheng.
Yeah, as Dave said, finally some fluency. And he goes to Yao Peng Cheng, who doubles his lead over Brian Ochowski at 2-0. Might be a good time now to remind everyone of how this group will pan out from 4:30 onwards when our second session begins. Chris Wakelin comes back to take on Luke Pinches. Then Pinches mates Ochowski before the group concludes with its climax. The top two seeds, Wakelin and Yao, go head-to-head. By the way, over on table 2, if Lei Pei Fan draws with Chattapong Nasser or loses that match, well, basically, Ishpreet Singh Chatter with those 2 3-0 wins already will be going through.
Well, we've said it right from the start. It's a big opportunity, this Championship League, for some of the low-ranked players. Obviously, potentially to win a ranking event, but certainly to earn some valuable points early season. Now, Brian Ochowski up against it suddenly. Can still get the draw, of course. but needs to cut out all errors because Yao Peng Cheng has finally
The third frame.
produced a
Branichevsky
frame
to
of
break.
quality.
Now there you see a good view of Yao's cue action. Very straight down the line. Yao's got one of those cue actions. You could never call it stylish, but I think it's one of those techniques that repeats. Really lucky there to find the gap after making a mess of the safety. Could have left plenty, Dave.
Yes, he did raise his hand to acknowledge that.
Now, we've talked about the strengths of Yao Peng Cheng's game. That's the weakness. When it comes to safety, he is prone to that kind of shot that seems quite obvious. But he does sometimes go down a rabbit hole, as we see Achorsky trying to break up the reds from a red.
One.
Absolutely whacked that one.
Ping ball.
Well, this pink is a big shot as we see the split again. He's got to pop this pink, otherwise it could be match over, actually. So, he's got the split. Can he continue pressure on this pink? And not close, I'm afraid. Yeah, he had to get it. So now Yao Peng Cheng, who's just made an 82 clearance, of course, steps in.
One.
Yeah, there's no doubt when it comes to Yao Peng Cheng, he has to improve his safety. But we said that about Zhao Xintong, we said that about Wu Yize. They did. And now both are on the roll of honour at the Crucible.
6.
Yeah, just on that, I'm interested in that sort of, say, rivalry. I don't mean there's anything, no edge to it, but in terms of those
7.
two this season, be interesting how many times they play and who's going to come out on top, because they're very different players, aren't they? Wu Yize just hits the ball with such authority and seems to knock everything in, and of course Zhao Xintong, deadly scorer as well, but has a bit more finesse in his game. So it's a contrast of styles, but both brilliant.
14.
I notice actually they've got the
15.
Wuhan Open format up for the final stages, and there's so many players now vying for the main tables, to the extent that Ronnie O'Sullivan actually can be playing the morning session in China, so still be on the main table. But there's so many, Wu Yize, Zhao Xintong, Ding. There's not room for everyone on the evening session as he misses that blue.
Yao Peng Cheng. 15.
Yeah, that was a bad one because he got all the momentum.
1.
I think Achorsky is naturally quick, but he may just want to take a second or two just to consider these shots now, because it's a chance, but
8.
doesn't want to sort of get ahead of himself.
9. 14. $15.
Yeah, no one would tell
20.
a Choiski to abandon his natural rhythm. But I agree with Dave, just
21.
temper it slightly. Maybe take an extra 1 or 2 seconds per shot.
$26.
And the middle pocket that allowed him to the table when Yao Peng Cheng missed the blue allows Yao back to the table.
$1.
Really classy application of side there. Couldn't afford to put too much on because he would have clattered into the 3 reds lined up near the pink spot. So by my reckoning, Dave, if Yao were to win this match, he would have a +1 frames difference, 3 points.
7.
So the table topper at halfway would be Luke Pinches with +2.
That's right, yeah. I mean, to lose 3-1 obviously was not ideal for Yao Peng Cheng, but the fact that Chris Wakelin lost was a help in terms of those two playing last. But as you say,
14.
Luke Pinches in a strong position. It's wide open, and this frame's not over yet either.
No, that was a poor one. So 2 chances and little from them.
Pinches plays Wakelin and Achoyski back to back. And of course, if he won both those matches, he'd be the group winner. We'll see. There's a lot of permutations in this group. It's been unpredictable from the off.
There was hardly any room to hide the cue ball in behind the green. The only way he was going to do that was to get up to it pretty much at dead weight. Still a good safety though. As was that. Well, Chorsky reeled away from the table in disgust there, but he could have left an easier opener than this.
One.
These blues with the cue ball so close to the side cushion are never a certainty. He's done that well.
Six. Seven.
And promoting that red to a potable position, that could come in really handy. Trying to extend the match. Machorsky just checking the scoreboard. He's 10 in front.
12.
Now, I said the red over the middle pocket is in a potable position. It is. But not from anywhere on the table. Has to play a pretty precise positional shot here. So that was the right thing to do. Go for the open one first.
17.
He was just leaning over a little awkwardly. It's a ball that should never have gone astray.
17.
When you lean over like that, two things happen. One, your balance isn't what it should be. And two, your alignment goes out of sync. But yeah, I was not able to take advantage.
One.
.21 in front, Machorsky. So very close
6.
to getting off the mark in the match.
He's got to be careful here. That pink. Playing it a different way while looking at it.
Extension in the practice thing.
He's left his extension in the practice room. He's asking the referee, can he go and get it? Yes, you can. It's just around the corner.
Yes, extension.
It's not like Cliff Thorburn and Alex Higgins that time, Phil.
Oh, no. Can I borrow your extension, please, Cliff? No.
Yes, not best of pals, those two.
I mean, strictly speaking, he's not ready to play the shot, is he? But I think it's absolutely correct that the referee should allow him to pop out and just go and get the extension. It is just around the corner, after all.
It was just all a bit awkward, that, wasn't it? The extension, breathing in, tucking his shirt in. So 21 in it, 35 available. And now he's snookered.
Yeah, clever shot, that. Oh dear. Yeah. As the white was going towards the pocket, there was some doubt as to whether it would fall, but with the side it had on, you always knew the pocket would suck it in.
Yeah, it's not great, that, is it? Because he's also brought the green into a much more potable position.
They are all there for him, quite simply. Taking a lengthy look at the scoreboard, just trying to work out what best to do off the red, whether taking a high value colour would give him an advantage in terms of balls needed on the colours. He's just got to clear, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he might not have to get from pink to black, but like you say, you can overthink these things a bit.
One.
Yeah, and getting the green back on its spot makes the table tidier. The clearance more conventional.
So he will need all 6 colours now.
4.
Pink to black seems the most likely way it can go wrong.
6. 9.
Well, he's nicely on the brown to get on the blue on the correct side of that. Then he needs a little bounce off the ball cushion with the cue ball to give himself angle on the pink to come back up the table for black. Well, he's made
13.
a real mess of that. Played for the blue into the middle pocket. He was really lucky to have that angle.
18.
But the angle on the pink is minimal now.
Well, of course, potting it means a choice kick can only tie. But yeah, getting close to this black's going to be tough. It's good effort, but this could have been easier.
24.
But it is for a 3-0 victory.
I thought it was in. I was convinced it was.
European chain 24.
Well, a twist. Brian Ochoyski needs this for a respot finish to the frame.
7.
Drama.
Well, we had a respotted black last night, didn't we? Martin O'Donnell and Jimmy Robertson, the first frame of their group decider on table 2. And if the exchange on this respotted black is as long as that one, I think we're in for a treat. It was something like 15 minutes, Dave, they were on that respot.
Yeah, it was a right old struggle. Standard shot these days, in fact for many years now, to play the black to the side cushion. Well, a chance to extend the match.
The apology there that the black had run save came before it even came to rest. Well, there I was decrying his safety, and that is an absolute perler.
Yeah, he's put him under pressure here. Because we know, and we've seen it already, both players go for their shots. If he leaves some sort of pot on, Yao Peng Cheng will take it on, guaranteed. Well, here we go. Black for victory.
Yao Peng Cheng resurrects his chances of winning Group 5. A respotted black success in the third frame. Overall, a 3-0 victory over Brian Ochoyski. And so, at the halfway point of the group, to everyone's surprise, it is the late call-up, the qualifying school top-up, the amateur, Luke Pinches, who tops the table after that 3-1 win over Yao Peng Cheng. Brian Ochoyski still in this, of course, because he beat Chris Wakelin earlier on by 3 frames to 1. What a strange session it was, but it finished in rather dramatic circumstances. So we resume again at 4:30. The next match on Table 2 is Lei Pei Fan against Chattapong Nasser. Here on Table 1, Chris Wakelin looking for victory to keep in the group over Luke Pinches. See you then.
We're here in Leicester for day 9 of the BetVictor Championship League. Two very interesting groups today. One is really tight and quite hard to call. The other one, the opposite. But whatever happens, we're in for an exciting few hours of snooker.
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
What's funny there, Chris?
So Chris Wakelin, the top seed in this group we're watching on table 1. He made a poor start though, so big afternoon for him. Big afternoon for all the players, of course, here as they attempt to book their places in the next stage. These are the results we've seen. As I say, a bit of an upset early on. Brian Ochoyski from France beating Chris 3-1. Luke Pinches beat Yao Peng Cheng 3-1, but then Peng Cheng beat Ochoyski 3-0. Table 2, Ishpreet Singh Chadha, the perfect start, 2 3-0 wins. So he's a big favourite there. Lei Pei Fan, the top seed, was held to a draw. But of course, he has got 2 more matches to play in this session. There's the table then on table 1, the group table. And of course, 3 players all on 3 points. And if Chris Wakelin wins this next match, all 4 will be on 3, which is very unusual. So it's still anybody's in that group. Every frame is going to make a difference. But yeah, complete contrast, as I say, on the other table where Ishpreet Singh Chadha on 6 points. So he's already looking good. A draw against Lei Pei Fan would be enough. And he may even have won it before then, depending on what happens in the other matches. So these are the matches. As I say, Chris Wakelin's got 2 more to play. They're big ones for him. He's hoping, of course, to take it down to that last one with Yao Peng Cheng. Table 2, Lei Pei Fan needs a fast start. He's up against Chatchapong Nasser. They're just underway. It's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So it's not too late for Wakelin. I think, you know, they've kind of cancelled each other out a little bit in this group. If he does win this match, as I say, we've got all 4 players on 3 points and then all to play for in the last 2 matches, but certainly he needs to improve on the first performance, his first match back since the World Championship. And well, it was not a great performance, but time yet in this format, of course, for things to change. Liam Pullen knows all about that. He was here yesterday, and well, it's a very tight group, Liam.
Yeah, very tight, and obviously if Chris Wakelin was to win this match, they're all on 3 points, like you say. So yeah, Chris being the favourite before coming into today. Yet to show it yet, but we'll see how he does against Luke Pinches.
Yeah, and Pinches, of course, he was a good win, but he didn't have a 30 break, actually, in that match with Yao Peng Cheng, and Wakelin's high is just 33 in his match, so not a sort of feast of scoring yet, but we know what Chris Wakelin's capable of, but he's not potted that one. He's had quite a long time since his first match to collect his thoughts. Of course, Pinches, if he could get something out of this one, then he, with another match to play, he's putting himself in a position to potentially win the group, which would be a fantastic achievement because he was a late call-up. Sam Craigie withdrew yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's my presence, isn't it, Dave? The first 2 matches I've commentated on, they haven't had a 50+, so blame it on me, guys.
Well, we will do, if it continues.
Oh, I know you will.
Well, this is kind of the key session now. And as I say, every frame really is going to count in this format. Remember, after points, it goes on frame difference. And if everything's level, it goes on who's made the highest break. Yao Peng Cheng, top of that list with 82.
Nine.
Yeah, you sort of played that with a lot of power there, and you're sort of expecting the Reds to explode, but they haven't really moved all that much. 3 Reds on the left-hand side of the table. That's about it.
Pinches,
16.
as I'm sure most snooker fans are aware, is the son of Barry Pinches, who was a long-time professional from Norwich. A real stalwart of the game, still playing now.
17.
In fact, he once beat Luke in the Q School. No mercy shown there.
$24.
Yeah, it's a real bonus, I'm sure, to get the call with, sadly, Sam Craig had to withdraw, but off the top-up list from Q School, he got in.
25.
Well, a bit of a tut there, because obviously the reds are a big target, but he's actually caught the black. And again, it's the same pattern, really, just players getting in today and not really making as much as they want to.
Luke Pinches, 28. One.
Yeah, good pot from Chris there, but inevitably wasn't able to get onto a collar. So it's a safety shot. And hopefully a snooker.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
But yeah, yet again, Dave, you know, my presence has sort of shone through, and we're in for another scrappy frame.
Well, certainly the evidence is stacking up against you, isn't it? With every frame we see. Yeah, it's strange, really, because, you know, they're all really good players, obviously, just the fluency hasn't been there for whatever reason. Well, we know the reason. Well, he's snooking him again. The problem here, though, I mean, the pink's tied up, the black's not great. So, even if Wakelin gets in, try and get the blue back on its spot, I guess. Well, this is a chance to get in now. So he's forced the error.
One.
Well, that will help. He's got on the black.
Yeah, nice touch there. Still a couple shots off yet of where he wants to be.
Eight.
Well, his struggles continue.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
Leipzig fan with a good chance to win the first frame against Chachapong Nasser. Needs to win that match and then beat Ishpreet Singh Chadha. That's how Leipzig fan can win this group still. Better.
1.
Does love those middle pockets, doesn't he? Now then, black's on its spot, so if he can get back amongst the reds here, it's a definite chance to finally get going today. And it's not too late, it's worth saying. Okay, he lost his first match, but it did him a favour, I think, Yao Peng Cheng then losing to Pinchers. It meant he couldn't get away from him this morning. So as we just watch Wakelin get back amongst them, this is Leipzig fan on the other table. Good start to the afternoon session. He's on a break of 74 here. So if he can make a century, it may make some difference. I think it's going to come down, though, to him having to beat Ishpreet Singh Chadha, who, of course, has won 3-0, 3-0. The last two Scottish Open champions, both at the tables here. Leipzig fan 2 seasons ago, Chris last year. Cannon hasn't come off for Wakelin.
79.
12.
Maybe this red just pots through the middle. Yeah, so no problem.
13.
Yeah, of course, Leipzig fan that season he won the Scottish. He also beat Karen Wilson day 1 at the Crucible.
$94.
20.
So that's the second century on that table, assuming he pots this. Ishpreet Singh Chadha made 118 earlier. And a great start to the night for Leipzig fan.
101 in the frame.
Yeah, just touching up on the middle pocket player, Chris Wakelin. Yeah, I've practiced quite a lot of him, and
28.
it's quite funny, really, because sometimes when he misses one ball in the middle pockets, he has a tantrum. A funny tantrum, though. He's like, what the hell's just happened there? But yeah, yeah, it's quite weird, actually. He just seems to love, yeah, potting the balls in the middle pockets for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's always said about the middles. It's true of all the pockets, of course, but you've got to be so precise. So, you know, some of the pots he's made in big matches have been real high quality.
$37.
So he's just getting closer here. 25 in front with this black.
$44. $45.
Yeah, so black-red colour and snooker's required.
$52. $53.
And yeah, I'd just like to point out I've now commentated on my first 50 plus. I am absolutely buzzing.
Well, it's just all turned around for you, isn't it? Amazing. Yeah, Wakelin will be relieved now. He wants this red in as well, just to make sure. But he's finally
57.
put something together. Got a good temperament though, Chris Wakelin. You know, he doesn't seem the sort in matches to kind of implode. So, okay, it's been a struggle so far, but he's been around long enough to know he could still end the day as the group winner, quite conceivably. He's won this frame.
Chris Wakelin, 58 in the frame.
58, his highest break of the day to lead Luke Pinch's 1-0. If you're just joining us, he did lose to Brian Achoyski his first match. Luke Pinch's beat Yao Peng Cheng, and then Peng Cheng beat Achoyski. So Peng Cheng and Pinch's both on 3 points. Wakelin will join them if he wins this match. Of course, Achoyski also on 3 points, so we'd have all 4 players tied apart from frames and maybe breaks as well. It's interesting, Liam, you know, you're friendly with Chris. I mean, obviously, you got a lot of you guys practice together, but not all snooker players are friends, let's be honest, because you are rivals as well. So it must be nice to have that relationship with a top player who's won tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. Chris is probably, I practice with him quite a lot, really, alongside like Kyron Wilson and Dave Gilbert. They're probably the players I practice with the most. And yeah, he's a lovely bloke. Obviously, we were just chatting to him there through lunch, and yeah, he's had a bit of a nightmare today, actually, like water leakage in his house. So yeah, he's sorting that out. But yeah, let's see if he can have a better day from now on.
Well, things are looking up after that frame. Do you try and travel quite a lot to practice with other players?
Yeah, I think I'm quite a big traveller in terms of, you know, who I play, and yeah, for me, I'm still young. I'm still doing my apprenticeship, if you like, and you know, there's still sorts of lots of things I need to learn, if you like, and lots of things I can improve on. So
Luke Pinch's to break.
Yeah, that's, like I say, that's the target: learn and improve.
Well, Wakelin improved there on the first frame of the night, so let's see if he can press on here. And of course, a 3-0 win, that would help the frames count as well. As I say, in this format, when it's close, every frame really does. Whether you need 27 visits or you make a century, they all kind of count equally. Well, this time he didn't pot one to the middle, and he's caught the pack and developed various reds.
One.
Well, cue ball, no good really.
5.
Don't know whether Barry's watching, but I hope he's keeping well. He still loves playing. He's one of those people, I think, a bit like Peter Lyons, of course, whose son Oliver is a top professional. You know, they just always play snooker. They'll play in seniors and amateur and try and get to the Q school again because they just love it. And we miss Barry's Norwich City waistcoat on tour. That was always very distinctive. Never any debate about who was playing when he was wearing that. That's gone
Luke pinches
about as bad as it could.
Yeah, I wonder if Luke will carry on tradition and follow suit in his Norwich City waistcoat. I don't know.
Maybe Barry will sort of hand it down to him.
I'm not sure it'll fit Luke though, will it?
1.
Well, it's quite a big scoring chance that for pinches, but it's not only that he lost position, and the last shot he played was horrendous really for him. It's just handed Wakelin this opportunity.
Three.
He made a maximum actually in the invitation version of the Championship League last season here in Leicester. Very proud. He holds one of the most niche records in the game. It's the earliest ever 147 in the year, January the 2nd. Literally, obviously, there's only one day that can beat that, and we tend not to play on New Year's Day.
$11. $12.
Of course, that bonus, Liam, that you came close to winning is gone now because too many maximums, basically. Too many players making them.
Yeah, you reminded me again, have you? We are not getting on.
Well, we had 24 147s last season, which broke the old record, which was 15 by 9. That was the year before, so it was just a frenzy last season of maximum breaks.
Yeah, I think my prediction, I remember doing like a piece at the Barbican and my prediction was 23. So one off. Well, that could have been me adding the 1 to the tally, but yeah, we'll move on.
$27.
Wow. Well, stolen his middle pocket potting. That was a very unexpected miss.
Wakelin, 27.
Just when it kind of looked like things were beginning to click for Chris Wakelin here today, misses this. At least when Wakelin did miss that red to middle, he didn't leave anything on. So a mistake has been forced. Wakelin 22 in front.
One.
Well, again, I mean, if the yellow was on its spot, it'd be easier, but he's going to get all the rest out now for this green.
Four.
Now, has he just managed to get through the gap of this red here, furthest left on the screen, to take it on into the bottom left corner? Answer is yes.
10. Eleven. Eighteen. 19.
So, looking good now, although there's been so many unexpected mistakes. You can't give him this frame yet, but he's certainly in his hands to go 2-0 up and then a chance to win 3-0, and then things are kind of rosy again for him.
Yeah, I think we're just starting to see Chris sort of maybe settle down, if you like, and play sort of a bit better. Another chance here to get his arm going that bit more.
27.
And this is what I was saying earlier, you know, temperament is so important, isn't it? Because if things aren't going well, we all know there are certain players who get on their own case and almost do themselves in, and snooker's so hard, you can't afford to do that. But of course, everybody's made differently. I would say Chris is one of the calmer individuals
35.
on tour.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Well, obviously, talking to him earlier, he knew that you can still win this group. So, you know, you've got to keep a good attitude. Anything can happen.
42.
And sometimes, you know, the people that don't have as good an attitude, they sort of moan and, oh, so unlucky, this and that, and sort of the game can sort of punish, you know, a worse attitude, if you like. So you just got to stick in there, and you know, a chance can appear.
Well, a couple of snookers needed. Also, the opponent, if they see a player sort of screaming up, think, okay, well, they're really feeling it then. They're not in a good place at all.
Yeah, it's just showing weaknesses to your opponent that you don't need to show.
Well, it's going to be a tall order this for pinches, not just the snookers, but obviously he's going to need high value colours. The black's on the cushion. He's gone in off now, so that he's probably that. I think he has conceded. Yeah. He has conceded, so it is 2-0. So Wakelin, a better performance, still not at his best, but a better performance than earlier on, and the main thing now is to try and get this match won, and then this will, one way or another, be coming down to the last match with Yao Peng Cheng. Table 2, Lei Pei Fan, he made the century in the first frame, and he was in the second against Chachapong Nasser, but not over yet, 44 in front, a possible 51 on. Nasser representing Thailand, second year on tour. And of course Lei Pei Fan, former winner of the Scottish Open. Yeah, he drew his first match against Wang Jingbo, but if he wins this one, he can still win the group if he beats Ishpreet Singh Chadha in the last one, because he's 3-0, 3-0 so far. And that red should secure this frame.
1.
Once again, I'm sure you know by now, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has coverage of Table 2. So can Wakelin get this match won? And as I say, 3-0 of course, with the frame difference would be to his advantage. Such a close group, though. Let's say Wakelin does win. If Luke Pinges then beat Brian Ochoyski, of course he'd move up to 6 points, and if Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng drew, then actually Pinges will be the winner of the group. So even if he lost this match, he could still win. It's just a match where this, a group where they're kind of cancelling one another out. Clearly didn't want to catch the black. So first real chance in this frame for Wakelin.
One.
And yeah, good mid-range pot, and now first proper scoring chance to try and get this match won. Just unsure really on will the black be free if it was to be spotted.
Eight.
Nicely done. It looked like he was very congested, but he's dug out a plant. The keyboard just kept running, though.
Don't worry, I'll be taking this yellow in the middle.
Yeah, with a red near to right corner.
$11. $12.
Another test of his middle pocket potting here. Lovely, lovely shot that. You were talking, we were earlier on, if you weren't with us, Liam and Chris are going to do a charity bike ride next year. Fitness never used to be a thing in snooker. It never used to be a thing anyone thought about, but clearly it is important now. It's important to you, Liam. You can tell that just by looking at you, but you like to keep fit.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm still quite lanky, I think. But yeah, you know,
18.
I do a lot of running and, you know, a bit of cycling now, and yeah, it's something that me and Chris were going to do after the World Championships next year. It's going to be probably the day of the bank holiday final or the day after when we'll start. But yeah, just I think about 1,100 miles, so a nice little jolly.
Well, it's a great thing you're doing, and we wish you well for it. If the two of you are in the final, though, that might make it a bit different. You might have to take a couple of weeks off before you do it.
Do you know what, Dave? I'd love to have that problem. Hopefully it jinxes it.
Well,
26.
Chris Wakelin just wants to stay in the saddle here a few minutes longer and get this match won.
27.
Kind of thought he would play better in this match than the first one, because he looked just rusty, really. I mean, it was his first match since the World Championship.
Yeah, he's definitely looking more comfortable now and sort of settling down, and well, yeah, the rhythm of his play is looking much better.
$35.
And yeah, nice cannon on that red. Choice of 2. Maybe going to play this red and top through, nudge a couple more out. Chose to screw up for blue or balk.
43.
Yeah, just landed a bit awkward there.
Feels like the key shot of the frame now, this yellow. Could be a match winner. Yeah, played that really well.
45. $46.
But even if he wins here, as we go into the penultimate match, all 4 players can still win this group, which is very unusual. Luke Pinches plays Brian Ochoyski next. If either one of those wins, and it's a draw in the last match, then either Pinches or a choice key will have won the group. If not, then Wakelin and Yapeng Cheng, of course, if one of those wins, because they have superior frame difference, they're likely to be the winner. But it could come down to a bit of a recount. Could be one for the abacus.
Any chance of a long blue ball shootout, or is that just not on the cards?
No, I mean I'd like to see it, to be honest, but it's going to be high breaks potentially that could decide it.
I think it could add viewers.
52.
Well, yeah, they have it at the shootout, of course, in that wild environment. Are you a fan of that tournament, Liam, the shootout?
I was a fan of it when I got through a few rounds, and then I went out first round in Blackpool to Changbing U, and I wasn't.
53.
I am. I think it's a good tournament. It's a good opportunity. And yeah, at the end of the day, it is good fun. But you are taking it very serious whilst you're laughing and joking.
I know one thing, it's a great venue, that Tower Circus in Blackpool. Anyway,
60.
Chris Wakelin, a couple of 3 balls away here from securing victory. Just looking to close this out now.
61.
And that should be it, you'd think.
66.
Yeah, now I think the next target is to beat Yapeng Cheng's 82 in case it does come down to these two being tied.
67.
No way back for Pinches, but as I say, the break could be very important in terms of what it finishes up as. Main thing though is he's won the match, he's won it 3-0, he's back in contention.
72. $73. 80. 81.
Yeah, so he's going to beat the break for now. Of course, Yapeng Cheng could beat it again, but could be an important contribution. But I think just for his own peace of mind, really, the fact that he's not won this frame in bits and pieces, he just needed one visit, is maybe the most significant thing. Chance to make his first century of the season.
88. 94. 95.
So, very satisfying break for Chris Wakelin. And we'll be looking, of course, for more of the same later on in the last match.
101. 103.
I know you're staying on for the next match, Liam, with Phil, but I just want to say thanks for joining us today and good luck for the rest of the season. It'll be a long season. I'm sure we'll see you many times.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. It's been a pleasure. Apart from, mentioning the 147 bonus prize a couple of times, I'll let you off.
To be fair, you've mentioned it as well.
110.
I know, yeah, but it's been a good experience, but hopefully I can, put the mic up for another 3 decades yet. That's the plan.
115.
Well, you've managed to enjoy a very classy break, this. The yellow with the rest was a big shot, wasn't it? Because he was missing balls like that earlier, but not in this frame.
Yeah, he's definitely looking much better now, and obviously not just saying that because he's had the century now, but yeah, he's looking much better, more confident, and yeah, let's see what he can do now in the last game for him, which will obviously be after Yao.
Pinches a Choiski, isn't it?
After
next?
Pinches a Choiski.
Quality finish from Chris Wakelin, a total clearance of 128. He beats Luke Pinches 3-0, and he's back in contention. But the fact is, all 4 players are still in contention. This group wide open, but Wakelin, an important win for him, and he will play the last match later against Yao Peng Cheng. But coming up next, it's Luke Pinches against Brian Ochoyski.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, We have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So far at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, it has been a session of recovery for the top seeds. Leipe Fan has just beaten Chattapong Nasser 3-0 on table 2, so he's right back in the reckoning to top the table at the end of the night. He has to beat Ishpreet Singh Chadha to do that. Nasser and Wang Zinbo are next up. On table 1, Chris Wakelin also very much in the mix now to be the table topper. His match against Yao Peng Cheng is going to have a big impact. And so too, next up, Luke Pinches against Brian Ochoyski. This is the table. It could not be tighter. But Pinches and Ochoyski are at a disadvantage, given the fact that they've got a -1 frames difference after 2 matches, whereas Wakelin and Yao have a +1. So, really, for Pinches and Ochoyski, the one result they need to avoid is a draw.
Yeah, obviously both been called up Q School top-ups. So to find themselves in this position heading into this last match, they'd have taken it all day long. And yeah, who knows? One of them might be through after today.
Well, if you win this match, at least you're guaranteed second place, and that's £2,000.
Yeah, £2,000 is not to be thrown away, is it? If you like.
Ochoyski is the quicker of the two players, the more impulsive. And you can see that when he apologises. He did that, actually, in his second match, apologised for some luck as the balls were still rolling. And maybe the apology was premature because the red is on.
Yeah, I don't get that one, Phil.
Don't know whether you've heard him on this subject, Liam, but Stephen Hendry is a great believer that today's players apologise too much.
Yeah, I don't mind that comment. You know, that's the game. It's a... Well, what's the word for it? Well, it's a it's a ball sport, so, you know, anything can happen. You know, luck comes into it, and it's just part of the game, and you got to go with it. And even though sometimes, as snooker players, we like to moan, there is no real need to apologise.
I think if you have an outrageous fluke at a very untimely moment, yes, that's appropriate. But I think what he was getting at is when players apologise for little rubs of the green here and there that might seem really subtle.
Yeah, definitely. If you're getting a monstrous fluke, then yeah, put your hand up. But for these little flicks and nudges, at the end of the day, it don't really make a difference, does it? Nothing you can do.
He's also dead against fraternisation before matches. Of course, he kept himself to himself when he was the king of the 90s. Didn't really build up any great friendships on the tour because he wanted to be the best at all costs.
Yeah, I think the first person he started talking to was probably Mark Williams, wasn't it?
It was because he found Williams so funny.
I'm not sure he'll admit that though, will he?
You don't get it now because the titles are spread about. But in the 80s, Steve Davis was dominant. Same thing for Hendry in the 90s. And on more than one occasion, they received a very hostile reception. Booed occasionally because British audiences don't like to see someone monopolising the silverware.
Yeah, I think British fans, they like to see underdogs winning, don't they? And it's the same with a few sports. I remember like Lewis Hamilton as well when he was dominating, even though he was British. Excuse me, they didn't so much enjoy it, which is very strange.
But the thing with Hendry, that was fuel for him when he was playing in a hostile environment. He responded to it positively. Again, further evidence, if any were needed, of just how tight these pockets are.
Yeah, that red's just caught the near jaw, very close to the pocket, in fairness, and yeah, not having it.
Well, that was a good pot. The only problem was there was check side on the cue ball as it hit that right-hand side cushion. You'll see it now. See, screwing back with a lot of right-hand side, which checks.
Yeah, he just misjudged that. But can he pot the yellow? He did, but got an unwanted cannon on the brown and therefore not ideal here on the cushion. And now not ideal yet again. I think he's hampered and straight on the black, so not a lot you can do.
And that's what you don't do. Try and force the issue. Try and force an angle. Beforehand, I thought this match was quite tough to predict. Choiski is the more attacking of the two, there's no doubt about that. But Pinches has got the greater experience, so yeah, I think it's a tough call. What a gorgeous shot that is. Thought for a moment it might be just a wee bit too wide, but the cue ball came to rest on the brown.
Yeah, spot of bother here for Brian. Not sure there's a safe place on the table.
Well, I'll tell you what, he can't complain about that, can he?
Now the second hit and hope shot we've seen today, and yeah, the white went through a couple of gaps there and ended up hitting the red, and I'm not too sure if there's a real attempt on here. Certainly a tricky one.
I think it's inevitable, given their status in the game, that this match is going to be a little nervy because they stand to win a lot.
Yeah, I imagine, without fact-checking, that this is probably the biggest match of their career on the professional circuit. So yeah, it obviously means a lot to the both of them.
Yeah, definitely. And it could lead to big things if they progress, which both could. In fact, all four players in this group are in line to top it, which is unusual so deep into the second session. Screwed that back nicely. We noticed, Liam and I, in his first match, that when it came to those delicate screwbacks, he was struggling. But there he could let the arm go and there was no issue whatsoever.
Well, that was an unexpected miss out of nowhere, really. And again, he hasn't really left a great deal on. A plant double. Haven't seen that for a while.
It might be a while till you see it again.
Yeah, that'd have been some shot if it went in.
Again, just no room for error. I can tell you, by the way, that Chattapong Nasser is going to win the first frame from Wang Xinbo over on table 2. All kinds of errors in all segments of the table. And from here, even though right now the lead of Pinchers is modest, he should win the frame at this visit. Chattapong Nasser on the other table made a 73 break in winning that opening frame against Wang Xinbo. Wang made an encouraging start to the day. Breaks of 99 and 87 in drawing 2-2 with the group's top seed Lei Pei Fan, but then he suffered a 3-0 setback against Ishpreet Singh Chadha. That's group 16 over on table 2. This is group 5 and it is absolutely wide open. So Pinchers, by potting the black, will be 44 in front, 43 on. One snooker needed. So the task of a choice key is now even more difficult. 2 snookers needed by Ochoyski. Always the possibility of 1 and a free ball, though. And where the red is juxtaposition against the brown, he could lay a really tough snooker.
7.
I have to say, it didn't seem as though a great amount of thought went into that.
No, it was rushed, if anything. Obviously, you didn't want to be touching the cushion from the positional shot, pink to red. So yeah, he wasn't ideal, really. Because obviously, you want to make the snooker as hard as possible, and the gap between the brown and the cue ball is generous.
But 4 penalties have been extracted. Of course, there's no miss involved here because Ochoyski needed a couple of snookers. Now he needs 1 4-point penalty snooker. Red, black in all the colours to force a respotted black.
And even there again, well, it maybe not rushed for him, but it was definitely at a fast pace.
Yeah, it just seemed half-hearted.
Yeah, correct, yeah. And given where these colours are, they are in very good spots for snookers.
Needs to be careful here. Pretty much a full ball contact.
Yeah, played it well. Needs cover. And hasn't got it, so you'd feel that this is Luke Pinch's frame for the taking now.
Yeah, surely no way back from here. Just ollie the black in, and he's an absolute certainty. Remember, his path here, he beat Yao Peng Cheng 3-1 first up. But of course, coming onto the table for this match, straight off being heavily beaten by Chris Wakelin. It is 1-0 to Luke Pinches. I think we have to remember, Liam, that he might not be fully prepared for this group because he did get a late call-up. Sam Craigie withdrew earlier this week. Liam was the next in line for a spot, and of course he accepted. But it wasn't a case of having a week or so to think about playing. Just a few hours, really.
Yeah, who knows? He might have been prepared, he might not have been, but, you know, it's a fantastic opportunity for him. One that he probably was definitely not expecting. Obviously, like you say earlier, joint 21st on the Q School top-up list, and yeah, you know, you've got to take these chances when you get it, and sometimes it can be better like this.
And let's put it this way, I think the only other ranking event he will get into from that position on the Q School Order of Merit is the shootout, and even then, that's a little debatable.
Yeah, 21, it's quite far down to try and get these top-up places, and yeah, just shows really that, you know, the top players are flying, aren't they, not to enter shootout and stuff like that.
Yeah, a few do, but the majority miss out. I mean, it is a very busy schedule, and the top guys are here, there and everywhere. So I suppose it's not only the fact it's a lottery, the shootout, but also the fact it's a good opportunity to take a rest, because the first prize in the shootout is lower than all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, and obviously the game's growing, and the top players, they grow the sport the most. So, you know, you can't argue with them not entering these things, and you know, they're constantly flying to China and doing exhibitions and stuff like that. So, you know, you can't blame them really.
Quite often in these groups, when it gets to this stage, match 5 features the third against fourth seed, and often they're basically playing for £1,000 in third place. That could not be farther from the truth with this contest.
Yeah, so the shot just played from Brian didn't really go to plan at all, but left Luke nothing, so it's a safety shot from Luke and hasn't really made much from it or gained any initiative.
Already 1-0 up and in the balls, that's where you want to be. Luke Pinches looking to become the second Q School top-up player, the second Q School reserve, if you like, to make it into the second phase of the tournament. The last 32 already through. Edinburgh's Dean Young. Can't be missing those. Can't blame the kick, he overcut it. Well, he's just a very routine shot off target. So now that he's tied his shoelaces, Brian Ochowski will be looking to do much better than that. On the other table, big news, Chachapong Nasser cleared up to take a 2-0 lead over Wang Xinbo. And it was all about the tightness of the pockets. Basically, Wang was on a break of 55, looking good to win the frame and equalise. But he played a black down the top cushion and it refused to drop. And from there, Nasser stepped in. This session started at 4:30. Chris Wakelin, held by breaks of 58 and 128, very quickly beat Pinches 3-0. But that didn't mean that Pinches had lost his chance to top the group. All four players, after 2 matches played each, are on 3 points. Both Chris Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng will be hoping these two cancel each other out, if you like, and play to a 2-all draw. And Chorsky not learning his lesson about whacking the balls down that rail. They just won't have it.
Yeah, and obviously if they both draw here, then neither one of them can possibly win the group because of the -1 frame difference. So, yeah, one of them must win. So yeah, you never know. This could be a draw, and then the final match of the day between Chris Wakelin and Yao Peng Chen could also be a draw, and then we could be looking at high breaks and stuff like that. So could be an interesting one.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin's 1-8 could be worth its weight in gold. Whoever comes through, it does not get any easier in the second phase. The winner of Group 5 will go into Group E in the last 32 to take on Dave Gilbert, He Guo Kwang and one other. What a lovely shot that was. Now that's what I call the rehearsal shot. The one thing you don't want to do there is go too wide and hit the two reds pretty much on the nose and leave the cue ball down in the business end of the table. So you're trying to hit the red, but you're erring on the side of missing it on the left-hand side in this case.
Yeah, I definitely know a few players that, that sort of say, oh, it's not sportsmanlike conduct if you're not properly hitting it first shot. And, you know, it can be quite questionable sometimes, you know, the rules of snooker. There's a few grey zones, and yeah, one thing you don't want to be doing is that unless you pot it.
Wow. Yeah, what a fluke that was. I mean, he made a real pig's ear of it. He over-adjusted like you wouldn't believe. And the red goes in. Mark Selby never fails to amaze me just how brilliant he is at that two-cushion escape. Well, I think he's brilliant at 7-cushion escapes, but you know what I mean.
He's quite good at a treble also, isn't he? Famous treble on 88 on the max.
Yeah, that was in the Champion of Champions.
Yeah, I think his treble was a bit better than my double on the 147, so I'll let him win that one.
So, Liam, when you made that 147, obviously you'd made them in practice and all that kind of stuff, but to make one in a pro tournament is a real achievement. On the final balls, were you shaking a little?
After potting the double and, you know, potting the tough black afterwards, I was like, oh, here we go, I'm actually on it now. But it was weird, I potted the green, and for some weird reason, I don't know why, I just sort of knew I was going to do it. Not in a cocky way, I was just in the zone, and yeah, I just sort of knew I was going to make it. It was strange. But yeah, like, the key thing was I wasn't really thinking too much, so...
I would very much doubt there's going to be a 147 in this match. There might be a doubt as to whether there's a 47 because they seem very edgy to me, these two. Nice pot though, but for little return it would seem.
Yeah, the table's gone scrappy again, it may seem, so another low-scoring affair, it seems.
Yeah, really horrible table. Black and pink out of the reckoning at the moment. Blew off its spot, but what a good red that was.
Yeah, as we see it again, fantastic long red, but unfortunately the table is... It's not going to allow him to score a lot of points, and if he does, then he might also be granted freedom of the city.
You like that line, didn't you?
Yeah, it's sort of grasped on me, hasn't it? I keep on using it. Learn from the best.
I have used it in the past occasionally. Very little original here, just recycling, you know.
Who did you learn off then? Who have you recycled?
I'm recycling my own stuff, in fairness, but yeah. The best in the business, I had the fortune of being mentored by Clive Everton.
Lovely little cannon from Luke there, just to generate the black into open play.
For me, and of course it's all personal preference, but the funniest line in snooker commentary was issued by John Pullman many years ago. There was an organ firm called Yamaha Organs, who were sponsoring a tournament, and the prize for the highest break was an organ. And someone had a chance to equal the high break. And Pullman, in his distinctive voice, said, "Yeah, but what do you do with half an organ?" Which I thought was very good. He got a wonderful voice for commentary, John Pullman. And of course he got the playing credentials as well, world champion. Very angry when he didn't do well, Pullman. Hated flukes against him.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never ever seen him play, so I'll take your word for it, Phil. And to be honest with you, here, this yellow going over the bottom right corner pocket has made the future of the frame even worse.
Sometimes when a frame is as disjointed as this and the balls are everywhere and nothing's easy, it must be quite difficult, Liam, to maintain optimum concentration.
Yeah, it sounds bad, but you can sort of start just daydreaming in a sense and just, you know, doing your routine and just forgetting about what you're doing then. But you know, this frame, especially with the circumstances here for these two, it's huge.
And we saw at the World Championship in Technicolor, if a a ball goes over a top pocket like this, quite often the reds congregate around it and you can have a stalemate situation. It's very rarely the yellow. Normally one of the high value colours as we see a really good snooker, but yeah, do not discount a re-rack here.
No, especially with only 5 points separating them.
Wang Xinbo has won the third frame, so he now trails Jachapong Nasser 2-1. Wang needing to win the last frame for a draw to guarantee third place. That's in Group 16.
So yeah, for this frame to sort of get back into normal play, one of these two needs to try and pot a red and then pot the yellow straight after, otherwise sort of doesn't really matter if you pot in the black here.
Well, that's a cheap 4 points, and here's the opportunity that Liam was talking about. It's a really scruffy frame, this. Imperative for the yellow to be moved before we can have any real decisive action. Well, for now at least, Pinch's path to the yellow is blocked.
Yeah, we'll be just looking to get down to the yellow off this red, really. It's an opportunity. Yeah, I think he may have to, if it's possible, cushion first. And then rely on a bit of luck of trying to get onto a red. You would probably count yourself unfortunate. That's if it's even possible to pot the yellow from here.
Well, it's a net gain of 7 points, but where does he go from here? Apart from into balk with safety.
Yeah, from when we saw the camera angle of the bird's eye view of the table, definitely looked like he could pop the yellow off the cushion. So yeah, quite surprised Luke didn't play that shot, but you know, you'd have to say he has got the slight upper hand.
Yeah, and now when we were talking about the re-rack, it was when there was 5 points in it. Now there's 21, so Finch is less inclined to want to re-rack. In fact, not inclined at all.
Yeah, very close to knocking the yellow in there. And now the table's getting worse.
Relatively inexperienced referee, Fedor Kaplanov's. Down the line, the way things are going, you might have to step in, because this would not be a mutual decision between the two players.
Yeah, I had this referee yesterday, Fedor, and yeah, he's a great referee, so hopefully for entertainment purposes he can step in here if it looks extremely bleak, which to be honest to me it does.
Yeah, because there's no way through to the yellow now, so it can't be removed other than with a foul shot. These days, when you have a re-rack, the vast majority of them are a mutual decision by the two players. They just get their heads together and nod and start again. But sometimes it is the referee's responsibility to give players a certain number of shots to play before a stalemate is called, and I think we're getting to that.
Yeah, and even more so, I think in the position that we're in here in terms of the group stage, Luke will be very happy for this to carry on, given though he's 1-0 up, 21 points ahead, and you know he's happy for the match to sort of go like this, because I think, you know, you mentioned his dad earlier, he was a very good tactician, so I think Luke would probably back himself all day long tactically against Brian.
Yeah, a 21-point lead is nothing to be sniffed at. He wants to try and retain that, but obviously you can't go on forever tip-tapping into these reds. Over on table 2, it is a 2-all draw for Wang Zhinbo. Had a 2-all draw earlier against Lei Pei Fan. So he's got 2 points at the end of his campaign. Chachapong Nasser has got 1 point, so Wang guaranteed third. Of course, there was the famous Mark Allen frame like this at the Crucible recently, and it was the very same pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely see a frame like this sort of be in any other pocket than the two black corners. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't remember the last time a frame was congested over like a yellow or green bag.
No, you're right. Absolutely right. We've seen all sorts of re-racks over the years. Seen one on pink and black. Was it a tournament once when a frame was re-racked after 56 minutes?
Do you know who was playing in that match?
Gary Wilkinson and Dennis Taylor. Welsh Open. Can't remember the year. It seemed like it went on for a couple of years. But
that's poor, Phil. I mean, you know, I expect better from you. Stato.
But yeah, they can be very tedious, and this one is.
Yeah, for me, I think the referee's going to have to say something any second now, because I only really see one of them fouling. Other than that.
Brilliant pot. And so now the dynamic has changed somewhat. If Wachowski pots the black, he'll only be 9 behind.
But the problem with potting the black here is he's left himself a nothing shot here, really. Even though he's gained the 7 points, it's sort of all he can do here is roll up to the reds.
Yeah, the point I was making is that Pinches might be more inclined to think about a re-rack himself with just a 9-point lead. Very different to the 21-point lead he had a while ago.
Yeah, correct. But I definitely think now Luke's got the control of the table from Brian potting that black.
Yellow almost toppled in.
Yeah, I don't think the referee will step in now. I think it's going to be a question of who fouls first.
Timely comment. So all thoughts of a re-rack are over. I think Fedor Kaplanovs will be quite relieved about that, actually.
Yeah, it probably turned out to be the right decision in the end. But yeah, let's see how see if Luke can plant a red into the corner pocket here. Played it well. Great position on the yellow, and you'd have to say it's a fantastic opportunity to win the frame.
Yeah, simple red available here. Maybe a 3-ball plant afterwards. Certainly a 2-ball plant if he drops in the right place. Yeah, 2-ball plant it is. Well, he went for the 3 in the end, and now the table's wide open. He's 27 in front. So, red, black, red, and Luke Pinches will take a 2-0 lead. No positional heroics here. Just spot the red at all costs. Why did he do that? What did he gain from doing that? You tell me, Liam.
I'm afraid I cannot tell you anything. Yeah, he probably should have dropped it in and just trust the table, you know. Give the red the best chance.
Well, there's 35 points the difference, 35 on, so without recourse to penalty points, Brian Ochoyski can still force a respotted black.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, that could be, you know, we could be looking back on that moment in, you know, half an hour. And it could be costly. Long way to go yet.
Well, Pinches will be delighted where the red came to rest, and indeed where the blue came to rest. There you see the old, what they call in pool, kick and stick.
Yeah, he judged it well. I mean, maybe to a public member, you know, you think, oh, he's got lucky there from coming out of a snooker, but you know, he's judged it there off the cushion well to keep the white from going anywhere else.
Well, he's knocked in some really good balls from distance, Luke Pinches. If this one finds the target, it is going to be 2-0. Very nicely cued.
Yeah, I'm sure Barry will be at home watching this. Happy with his son's performance or result so far. One more frame to go, you'd have to say, to put himself in the best position possible going into the last group match that will be out of his hands.
Yeah, Chorsky will battle on, but he's 36 behind, 27 on the table, so that's 3 snookers needed, and that's why he's conceded. Luke Pinches 1 frame away from setting the target in Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League, 1 frame away from victory. It is the last match of the day on Table 2, just underway. The decisive match. Leipei Fan has 4 points. Ishpreet Singh Chadha has 6. And so for him, a draw would do. Leipei Fan has to win. And Singh Chadha not just getting 6 points on the board, but doing it in a perfect fashion. 2 3-0 wins over Chattapong Nasser and Wang Xinbo. During those wins, he made breaks of 71, 67, 118 and 68. Mind you, Leipei Fan was the architect of a century in beating Nasser 3-0 earlier in this session. I wouldn't like to call a winner here.
No, Lei's just starting to get going now, I think, and you know, looking better, scoring heavier. So yeah, even though Ishpreet's had a perfect record here, Lei's coming back into form. And yeah, this is where it sort of starts to. It's weird for us snooker players. We're playing. Oh yeah, you can. If you draw, you win. And you're like, what? But you know, that's the nature of this format. Yeah, Pei Fan has to win, and Ishpreet, a draw will do.
Yeah, sometimes just playing for a draw can be psychologically difficult because you play your whole life trying to win.
Yeah, and also we always play like knockout format. So, you know, if you win, you're through. If you lose, you're out, I'm afraid. But obviously, in this instance, if you lose, you can still win a group and, you know, come through. What's he getting out of his case? Any ideas, Phil?
I think from the sound I can hear, he's buffing up his tip.
Not a magic wand.
Yeah, maybe some sandpaper. Snooker players keep stuff in the case for all eventualities.
Anyway, he's back at the table now.
Don't worry, you're not missing any of the action on table one. Luke Pinch is still out of the arena, taking that comfort break. By the way, in Group 5 on table one, the other two players, Chris Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng, will now be hoping that Brian Ochoyski can come back into the match.
Yeah, it'd be weird them watching on, or maybe not watching on, you know, on the practice table, just trying to get their arm going, keep themselves warm. But yeah, it's sort of, you know, if it was to go 2-2 in this match between Pinches and Ochoyski, then, you know, a high break could come into it later down the line.
Don't forget, table 2 action throughout the tournament on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We'll keep you up to date with what happens. Now they're back to frame 3 of the penultimate match of Group 5. If Pinches can win 3-0, he'd be in a very strong position because he'd be +2 in terms of frame difference and on 6 points. So the other match coming next, Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng, that would also need to be a 3-0 win for one of them.
Yeah, actually, I do think, I think a 3-1 win for either would be fine.
Yes, it would be. It would be because they're +1 at the moment, that's right.
Yeah. But Brian there, he's missed a poor shot there. And I don't think, I'm not too sure whether this red goes in the left middle. Might do. And it does, but he's left himself hampered on the black. So another tricky shot incoming.
He was concerned he'd missed that. I do think these pockets in no way are playing easy. Let's just get that on the table, as it were. But I think the far jaws are a little more forgiving than the near jaws.
Yeah, for whatever reason, in the way these ratons are made or re-rubbered, I think I was speaking about this with a player, and yeah, you definitely want to err on the side of a far jaw rather than a near jaw, because for whatever reason, the way they're cut, it just doesn't take so much if you were to hit the near jaw.
Well, what a cracking shot. Achorsky now knows, by the way, he can't top the group. Even if he draws, 4 points will not be enough. Because for him it would be 4 points minus 1 frame difference.
Yeah, and I think you can sort of see it in his demeanour. You can understand it in fairness, but you know you got to keep trying your best and yeah, you're still playing for you know big prize money.
The word I would use, Selby-esque. Although he has left a red to middle.
Yeah, tremendous escape that. He forced Brian to play a good shot, which he has, and now I think we're going to see some fast snooker.
Oh dear me. Not Alley France in this match, is it?
Yeah, a bit of sarcasm there from Brian saying good shot, but you know you've got to keep going. I was sort of playing in this situation yesterday.
Just keep potting balls, increasing the pressure on Achorsky, increasing the hurt on Achorsky, who might not have a lot of fight left in him.
No, it seems that way, doesn't it? I'm not too sure whether the black pots into this bottom left corner bag, but the pink certainly does, so let's see how he configures his break here.
Not easy this cue ball, a little too close to that side cushion for total comfort. Done nicely. has been pretty reliable at this kind of shot. The prospects for Pinches to win this match now are considerable. Keeps looking at the black. The pink would put him 41 ahead. That's a really useful lead. The plant isn't quite on, but I think it could be manufactured. Looks as though it might be heading towards that near jaw. Well, it's out of the equation now.
Yeah, he was just looking for a cannon on one of those two reds for a red into the bottom right corner pocket, but couldn't find it. Still, he's in a very good position here. Where's the cue ball going?
Well, it looked as though it was in, then it seemed to taper away slightly to the left. But in the end, it's done Luke Pinches a favour. Horrible cueing this. Does the red closest to the pin go to the middle pocket? If it doesn't, that's the only one he could have possibly potted. So remaining patient, running for cover. Well, the 4 points pretty much immaterial against the fact he's left a free ball. Three days ago, he didn't know he would be here. Didn't know he'd be in the tournament, but he got the call up. And now he's very close to getting 6 points from the group and a guaranteed second place finish, maybe even better. But there's still a question mark.
Yeah, and I think another thing that Luke's got going for him as well is that Brian's not really playing for too much now. He's playing for what, third or fourth, you'd think. And you know, Luke might be receiving a little helping hand. but not if he keeps putting balls like that.
As it's worked out, though, Ochorski potting a single red. And that's to the advantage of Pinches, who's got a useful lead here.
Yeah, you can just sort of see Brian's mannerisms not looking too positive, and you know, you just got to keep going, but it's hard when, you know, you're playing this match now and you can't win.
But if Ochorski can win this frame and the next, he could pocket £1,000.
Yeah, in fairness, I think he could potentially finish second if results were to go his way.
Yes, he could.
Obviously dependent on high break and stuff like that, but you know, there's a massive difference between nothing and £2,000.
Not quite the desired kiss on the red. He's pulled it off the cushion slightly, and he has retained position on the other red. 23 the deficit. In the group decider for Group 16 on the other table, Lei Pei Fan, the group's top seed, has taken a 1-0 lead over Ishpreet Singh Chadha in a match that the Chinese player, the former Scottish Open champion, has to win.
Yeah, and Brian here tying his shoelaces again. Shoelace problem. Oh, he holds his hand up there a bit too early again. At first glance, he thought he was going to get the snooker behind the brown, but then the red's caught the middle pocket jaws, and now Luke can see this red to pot it, but I think he's going to opt for a safety and try and get in behind the green.
Now, while these are horrible shots to play to a semi-blind pocket, the red will go past the pink. It will go into the top right. miles away. If you recall just a few moments ago when Ochoyski left that free ball, had Pincher spotted the brown as his free ball, I'm sure they would have shaken hands by now. He didn't though. And that's why the job for him is still to be completed.
Yeah, Luke's had a couple of chances here just to finish the job off and put himself in the best position he can. But he just hasn't managed to get over the line yet. And is he in a snooker?
Not been quality stuff by any means, but it's been gripping because it means so much to them, particularly to Luke Pinches to get this win under his belt. And for a player 18 points behind with one red left, getting the black into more open play, definitely to his benefit.
Yeah, and that won't help his causes. Chance here for Brian to get one back, go 2-1.
Not the best, but no balls on cushions, all accessible. He's 10 points behind arriving on the colours. That means he needs yellow to pink.
Yeah, he judged the black pretty well there to, you know, have a natural angle on the yellow to just drop in and land on this green. And now he's favourite.
Just off straight, which is what he wanted. So it looks as though Luke Pinches will have to climb the hill again. Indeed, that is the case. A pink ball win for Brian Ochoyski. He was 2-0 down and well behind in the third frame. But he fought hard and he could still gain the 2-all draw that might bring a nice check. Told you that Leipei Fan was 1-0 up on Ishpreet Singh Chadha early in the second frame. Nothing much has happened so far. Just going back to the permutations in Group 5, the best that Luke Pinches can do now is a 3-1 win. So he started out the match -1 frames difference. He would be +1 in that instance. Chris Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng are already +1, so regardless of who were to win that match, if there was a decisive result, they would top the table then. But of course, if Pinches were to beat Ochorski 3-1 and then Wakelin and Yao Peng Cheng draw, well, it is Pinches who carries the day.
Yeah, and also you could get someone, you know, finishing last who would have been on 4 points. And I think you can count yourself quite unlucky if you finish last on 4 points.
Yeah, definitely. We've had some hard luck stories over the course of the first 9 days. Ben Wollaston, 6 points he got and he finished third. We've had players who've amassed 7 points and finished second.
One.
So Lepe fan, could he have started a big break? We'll let you know, because the final frame on table 1 has just begun. When you've been so close to victory within a frame and then you've built a big lead in the next frame and it's wiped off and erased and you lose the frame, it's hard psychologically to go again.
Yeah, and I think especially the importance for Luke, you know, to win his, well, potentially win the group, you know, and proceed, and who knows what he could potentially do in, you know, the second phase. But yeah, it all comes down to this frame for him, really. He's just got to put himself in the best position so that he can have the best chance of, you know, getting through.
Well, that's a 6-pointer in billiards, but it's rather embarrassing in snooker.
Yeah, I mean, fair play for trying to, you know, make something happen. But yeah, it can make the game can make yourself look stupid, can't it?
Can tell you, England have just progressed to the last 16 of the World Cup, beating a very valiant DR Congo 2-1. England were 1-0 down quite late, but a pair of Harry Kane goals have seen us through. He's Kane and he's very able.
Well, I think, you know, I think that counts as a dad joke, I think, Phil.
Yeah, granddad joke maybe. Pinches will be bitterly disappointed if he loses this frame and therefore only draws. So needs to put everything in to this visit. Every visit. because it's hard to imagine he's going to win the frame in a single score.
Luke pinches 1.
There's no doubt that nervousness is playing its part here. A big part. And a Choiski with less at stake might be more dangerous.
Yeah, you can definitely see in his mannerisms that he's playing much more freely than Luke, you'd have to say, and you know, he's a faster player, so it makes him look like that anyway. But yeah, I suppose given the score, he's playing for less theoretically.
Brian Choiski 5.
Well, another window of opportunity for pinches.
One.
Struck that with
5.
authority, although the cue ball has come to rest on the side cushion, so there's a knee-knocking potential here. Well done.
6. $13. Luke pinches 13.
He might well be victorious, Luke pinches, but you can't really see how that victory is going to come easy. I think he'll have to really sweat for it.
Yeah, it's sort of been the pattern of the group today. It's, you know, no match has really panned out easily. Snooker gods have sort of made it like a scrappy affair for all of them, and yeah, given the situation, it's looking that way, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, the most dominant performance was Wakelin's against pinches when he won 3-0 with a break of 128 and 55.
Yeah, it's sort of been the theme today, hasn't it, with Luke? He hasn't really, you know, when he's played these deep screw shots, the sort of nippy shots that you need, you know, you need that screw back. He hasn't got enough on it, enough bite.
You can see there the red wood pot to middle, but it's such a narrow pocket entrance. Well, fortunate there to find the gap between blue and pink.
Yeah, even though the balls are looking appealing, you don't really see how this frame isn't going to go tight.
Yeah, I think the only way to avoid that is if Chorsky gets in and makes a quick 50-odd. Just think with pinches, so much is on the line, and he's clearly feeling the pressure, understandably so, that you can't see him smoothly pulling away. Well, there's 4 to the kitty. And a free ball again.
Yeah, that could be costly. Given where the reds are situated, this is a very, very big opportunity.
Yellow. One. Four. Five.
Judged the cannon nicely. The lead building nicely.
Twelve. Thirteen.
Only 2 points the yellow is worth, but it
15.
was the best colour to gain position from. And now from the lowest value colour, he should be targeting the highest after this.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, if he can get somewhat straight, that would be
16.
ideal, but now he's going to have to make a cannon. He's going to have to judge it well.
Didn't see any negative reaction from him when he
23.
walked around the table, which would suggest one of these two reds, at least one, is available. Well, whatever he takes on here, if he does take on a pot, it's smelly. Yeah, did the right thing. Absolutely the right thing, in my opinion.
Pinches 23.
I doubt he played that though, Phil. That is a lovely touch.
He didn't play that, of course, no. Played a much more telling safety than that. Well, he's back now where he was in frame 3, very much in the driver's seat. Can he cross the line?
Eight. Nine.
Every ball is a pint of blood, but every ball that goes in, the chances of a choice key diminish.
$15.
Okay, this is
16.
it. 55 in front, 59 on. The pink frame and match ball. But he wants at least another couple of pots to make absolutely sure, Liam.
22.
Yeah, if he pots this red, that is that. Which he has, and I think you'd have to say Brian will not be coming back to the table now.
And every credit to Luke Pinches. He's displayed a lot of the characteristics of his father in this frame, fighting hard.
Luke Pinches 28.
Indeed, Brian Ochoyski concedes, and so Luke Pinches finishes his campaign with 2 wins and a defeat. That means he's got 6 points, and he retains hope of winning the group as a reserve from the Q School. Our last match will decide whether that is the case. Coming up in 5 minutes' time, David Hendon will be joining me for this one. It is Chris Wakelin against Yao Peng Cheng.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So the last match, the decisive match of this group of Championship League Snooker. It's been a dramatic day here, some upsets early on. And these are the results, of course, in this session. Chris Wakelin steadied the ship with that win over Luke Pinches, who, as we've just seen, has beaten Brian Achoyski. Table 2, Lepe Fan needs to beat Ishpreet Singh Chada to win the group, and he is 1-0 up. But looking like going 1-1 there, so an exciting finish to that one as well. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Here's the table, though. So Luke Pinches will win the group if it's a draw between Chris Wakelin and Yao Ping Cheng. If either of those two win, they will win the group. That's how it all stacks up. So Luke Pinches by no means out of this yet. Here we go. Chris Wakelin, he did play a lot better in that match with Pinches. He had a 1-2-8 total clearance to complete victory. So he was favoured at the start of the day. Let's see if he can win the group. He made a poor start, but it's been a group where the players have sort of cancelled one another out. And it's all on this match. I think, Phil, we thought it would be, but not quite the way that it hasn't panned out the way we thought it would.
Yeah, been a really strange old group. Luke Pinches could still win it, having not put together any great break of note. Yeah, Peng Cheng had a good match against Achoyski, making an 82 and potting some really nice balls. Wakelin started out horrendously, but then radically improved against Pinches. So yeah, all up in the air.
Yeah, of course, Wakelin hasn't played competitively since the World Championship, whereas, of course, some of the other guys have been in the Q school. Yao Peng Cheng has been in the qualifiers, where he won 6 out of 6 matches. So, oddly enough, the world number 13, sort of the rustiest of all three. Sorry, of all 4. But he's warmed up as the day's gone on.
Yeah, his next engagement after this is the Shanghai Masters, where he'll play a wild card. But of course, he would love to go there as the Championship League winner, and he could well do so. But first, he has to win this match.
Well, that didn't work out as intended. So a chance here for Yao Peng Cheng, 29 years of age, second season professional. Struggled on his first season, but has vastly improved already in the just a couple of tournaments he's played this season. But that's not in.
His first match today against Luke Pinches was rather awkward. Didn't really get any quality table time the way the balls ran. He did bounce back nicely in his second, but that was a confidence drainer early. And I thought the way that Chris Wakelin made his century to complete victory over pinches in his second match suggested that he might be tough to handle in this one.
Yes, I think the key thing for Wakelin, he hasn't got frustrated. You know, he didn't play well earlier, but he's just stayed calm and serene, although he'll be frustrated by that one, I suspect. He was stretching, but he's that sort of character. He's got a good temperament generally. But they're both aware this is a big match. It's a must-win for either to win the group, of course. Luke Pinch is, I'm sure, keeping more than one eye on it in case it's a draw.
One.
Just seen Stan Moody, he's here ready for tomorrow. He'll be in action, of course, on table 2. Well, slightly nervy start here.
Yeah, I'll be trying 1.
In a lot of tournaments we have the pot success rate available to us. Not here, perhaps just as well, because it would be quite low for all 4 players in this group. And there's another miss.
Well, this is mighty thin. 2 right middle. Cue ball will be running a bit here. Well, you'd be delighted with that kiss. My word.
1.
It's a dream.
Six. Seven.
Time and again we've seen anything played with pace into this pocket repelled. So he must have struck that one absolutely pinpoint.
14. $15.
Seems he's just on this. Yeah, well, from that angle it looks like it goes.
$21.
Didn't have a great angle to get into the reds.
28.
Well, it's very close to this red. To the middle. The referee's hovering here because the push could be on. It's not going to reach. He had to be delicate with it, but too delicate in the end.
1.
He's had some very good moments here at the Mattioli Arena. Made a 147 in the Invitation Championship League earlier this year, much earlier. Won the shootout here in fine style, actually, beating Julien Leclerc of Belgium in the final. That wasn't the full story. He made 119 break in that final, which is remarkable, really, given the format. So is it going to be another successful day in Leicester?
12.
Well, he's nudged a couple more reds into play here. Five members of the top 16 originally entered. Of course, Mark Williams withdrew before his group. Corin Wilson unfortunately had to withdraw on the day of his group. We've got Serge Aouet and Jia Xingtong still to come after Wakelin here. Well, he's going to have to be red to middle to continue.
18.
Well, unless he can... Well, I think the red's in the way. It'd have to be a plant, wouldn't it? Well, he's playing it.
This game is complicated enough when you knock one ball into another to pot it, let alone bring a third to the party. He is a very good middle pocket potter, but he doesn't fancy the one to the left of the pink.
Well, either way, this is a big shot in the frame, isn't it? Whether he gets it or doesn't get it, it's going to have an impact. Nicely done.
19.
And now he really is a big favourite here to go 1-0 in front.
Yeah, good view from down below. You can see the red go in without any fuss whatsoever.
It's another good example, though, of his good attitude, I think, because he didn't give it the woe is me when he wasn't on anything nice. He just, very calmly, he looked at the red to middle, he looked at the plant,
26.
he decided he preferred the plant, and he made it.
27.
He can call on far more experience than his opponent.
34.
He's been in 18 world ranking event quarterfinals, 5 of which were recorded last season.
Yeah, he's established now in the top 16. I guess the question is, how does he go to the next level? And I think one thing is scoring with Wakelin. 20 centuries last season. That was the least of any top 16 player. So I know it's not all about centuries, but that is a good metric in terms of how players are going. Jia Xingtong made 82, for example. He was the top
42
scorer. So if he can increase that, then maybe that'll bring about a bit more success.
And yet he's a really good cueist. Technically everything's in the right place.
48.
Yes, and I think he's got a very good attitude and very good temperament. So it all kind of knits together.
49.
So the blue put him 25 in front. He's going to need both remaining reds here. One at one end of the table and one at the other. Just off the bulk cushion.
$54.
Even when played at modest pace. Plenty of these have stayed out, so has to be really careful. And he
55.
was.
The big shot then to get on the last red, which is all he will need to win the frame barring snookers.
$62.
Well, it's not nice, this, where he's landed.
In that vicinity, it's the worst place he could have finished. Had the cue ball stopped a little early or bounced off the ball cushion, no problems. This is, as Dave said, a real smelly one.
It's one of those, I mean, he doesn't have to play it, but it is frame ball, so you would think he would do. Not easy, that, but it's finished okay.
Chris Wakelin, 62.
And he wasn't behind the green by luck. That was pure design.
33 in it then, 35 available. But yeah, Peng Cheng has to get this red safe. And he has done.
Green not on its spot, but it's still available. Everything's available. A fact of which Wakelin is well aware. Needs to miss the brown. He didn't. But I think he's okay.
These little flicks and nudges at the right time can make such a difference. Now he's got to hit this red, first things first. Yeah, nicely done, as long as the cue ball stays out, which it has done. Ishpreet Singh Chadha has levelled up with Leipei Fan, so 1-1. Ishpreet Singh Chadha needs one. Leipei Fan needs them both to win that group. Well, he's left a chance here. Now the black hasn't gone into a great spot. He can take a pink off this red.
One.
Lucky to find the gap. He is on the pink in a fashion, but far from ideal, and position on the yellow from there would be very troublesome indeed. First, though, he simply has to pot the pink. That's a prerequisite.
Yes, if he doesn't, he needs two snookers, so it's got to go in. Didn't get close, to be honest, and he's seen enough. So Chris Wakelin takes the opening frame. Remember, whoever wins this match wins the group. If it is a draw, then Luke Pinches wins it. So there's 3 players involved in this match, but Chris Wakelin claims first blood. So 1-1, as I mentioned, Leipei Fan and Ishpreet Singh Chadha on table 2. And Ishpreet has played superbly today. 3-0 over Chachapong Nasser, 3-0 over Wang Jingbo. He's had a century, so he's played the best snooker, but he's got to get another frame, and that helps.
1.
To be coming back for stage 2.
Can you make it that India is the 7th country with the representation in the last 32? I think he has been the best player on the day. Can't really dispute that. But Leipei Fan fought hard to gain a 2-all draw first up against Wang Jingbo after being 2-1 down. And then he did run a break of 101 in beating Chetapong Nasser 3-0. So he's a real tiger, is Leipei Fan. And in common with Chris Wakelin on table 1, a Scottish Open champion.
Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel with that match through to a conclusion. Now Wakelin has won the first frame, but of course he's still got to win this match to win the group. Same applies for his opponent, Yang Peng Cheng.
What a pot that was. What a pot. With lovely position attached. When he's under the balk cushion, Wakelin is one of the best potters I think I've ever seen. Not just to the top corners, but also to middles.
Eight. Nine.
It was noticeable how comfortable he was in that Scottish Open final. Of course, his opponent, Chang Bing-yu, was in his first final and he wasn't comfortable, but Chris Wakelin's got experience now of playing in these big matches. And he sort of had the manner of a man that day who fully expected to win, which is a great feeling, and very much like the man who the trophy's named after, Stephen Hendry.
Yes, and we all know what Chang Bing-yu is capable of. I think if you've seen all of the snooker from the BetVictor Championship League so far, you would agree he's been the most impressive group winner.
17. 24.
So trying to pot this red and flick off the bunch to remain on the black. Of course, Wakelin is the last player to beat Wu Yize. Did so at the Tour Championship. Commentated on every ball of that match, and it was a tale of two halves. Wu Yize one day in the first session was brilliant. In the second session, he was all over the place, and Wakelin took advantage.
It's funny because I was here
32.
at this very venue in 2023, the WST Classic ranking event, where Luca Brissell bombed out to Hayden Pinney. And you would never have thought then he's going to be world champion in a few weeks. Maybe he was just saving it for the Crucible Wu Yize as well. Anyway, this is another black, so these are all black so far.
40.
Saying earlier that he's in not the record books, but it's a niche stat. He's made the earliest ever maximum in a calendar year. January the 2nd it was when he made that one at the Championship League. Here we are on the 1st of July. Some work to do. He's got to get into the red soon, of course. But he's still on the black.
41.
Well, this 147 would be of greater merit because A, it comes at a point where everything rests on the match, and B, the table's playing considerably tighter.
Well, now they're going to open.
48.
Well, first frame of the day, he had a black like this with the rest, and he missed it on 33 against Brian Ochoyski, which is where his problems in that match began. He did win the frame, but it was very messy. But it's almost identical shot. But not an identical result. There's work if it's going to be a maximum, there's work to do. Red's got on the cushion, but the main thing in this match is to win the match and win the group, of course.
Yeah, with no financial incentive for a 147. Its chances are lessened, I suppose.
57.
But pride is a factor as well. He would love to do the Championship League ranking and invitation maximum double. That's a stretch, I know, but I'm just throwing it out there.
It's even more niche than my January the 2nd one, but anyway, it's still true. But as I say, the frame is there for the taking. Well, now, we'll find out here,
64.
I guess.
I think he'd be ill-advised to try and hit this too hard. Maybe just punt it through for the blue.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. It's been a brilliant break. I mean, the first shot, probably the shot of the day. The pot with the cue ball tight to the baulk cushion, the long red. A world away from the struggles of the first match. Well, just overrun here. And he still needs another red.
70.
It's going to be another plant, is it? No, apologies. He could get through to that red, but he's missed it. So not over the line yet. He's got one safe, but 70 in front, 75 on.
70.
Yeah, all that hard work and just a little clumsy on the blue.
Yeah, Peng Cheng immediately taking the safe red off the table. Oh, sorry, off the cushion.
Wakeland's guard is up because of the position of the remaining balls. He will not be moaning about that one. Okay, he might have left a choice of a couple of reds from distance, but he's got two reds on the right-hand side cushion.
Got to be said, Yao Peng Cheng's tactical game has not been as strong as his attacking game. I mean, that cue ball hasn't even reached the baulk line. Hand on table. This is frame ball for 2-0 for Chris Wakelin to take full control of this match. Ooh. Mead nearly fluked it and got a good cue ball, but a mile away from the pot.
And there I was a few shots ago saying Wakelin's guard is up because the balls are nicely in the open. Well, it's changed a lot since then. So the red has been left to the middle pocket. $75 points on, so he doesn't have to exclusively pot blacks, not just yet.
One. Five.
Now the brown going in gives him less latitude.
Six.
Of course, it's a must pot on the black. So now with the four reds barring penalty points,
13.
he can pot 3 blacks and 1 pink to win by a point. And here's the pink now. So after this, it's blacks all the way.
$20.
Well, he's come very close to this
21.
black. If he doesn't pot it, he needs 2 snookers. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, just refusing to leave the table.
28.
Wakelin's concerns will be rising. Not very nice to lose a frame when you've made a 70 break in it.
Well, again, he's got to pot the black. It's a different one to the last one, harder, you got to say. thin cut
29.
to this corner. Again, if he doesn't pot it, 2 snookers needed. Oh, this is a great shot. Oh, don't go in, green. He didn't deserve that. So he's still alive.
36.
Yes, looks like a battle on the last red. All of Wakelin's early work is being eroded. Thought for a moment he'd fluked it,
36.
which might not have been a good thing actually. Where he's dropped on the black. Played the snooker, of course.
Yes, I would have got it, but for that knuckle. So we're back to the scenario where he's got to get this safe after hitting it, obviously. Oh, he's missed it. Or has he? Or has he? Wow. Oh, and he hasn't left it.
There are things that happen in snooker you can't really believe. When he missed that red, Wakelin must have thought, OK, 2-0. And then suddenly this happens. Not just hitting the red, but leaving it safe as houses. Well, it wasn't as safe as houses. What a pot from Chris Wakelin. OK, he could play it with a certain degree of safety, taking the cue ball into baulk, but that really was a crunch. A crunch ball knocked in because the frame seemed to be flowing away from him. The momentum seemed to be with his opponent. Excellent pot. Best of the day.
Yeah, and another sign of good temperament, because he was entitled to be left with a much easier pot, but he didn't complain. The yellow is in as well. Got down, knocked it in, and he's going to be 2-0, which means he needs one of the remaining possible 2 frames to win this group. So Yao Peng Cheng cannot now win the group, but he can stop Chris Wakelin and hand it to Luke Pinches. But Wakelin looking good, leading 2-0. Lei Pei Fan 50 in front, 51 on. 1-1 with Ishpreet Singh Chadha on table 2, so it may be coming down to 1 frame to decide it. Remember, Ishpreet needs a draw, Lei Pei Fan needs to win. So if he's 2-1 up, then it will be about the last frame. Dramatic day. It was good, Phil, to have Liam Pullen here. He's a very enthusiastic young man and a terrific player, of course, and he seemed to enjoy himself.
Yeah, really good lad. Let's hope he has an impactful season.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the Championship League, there's Stephen Hallworth, who's here tomorrow. He started out doing a day's commentary, impressed everybody. Now we can't get rid of him.
Of course, I made a faux pas. Asked Liam off mic who he supported. Was he a York City man? And turns out that's not the case. He was born in London. Moved up to York when he was a babe in arms, and like his father, he's a QPR fan.
Well, we all have our cross to bear. Oh, and Ishpreet Singh Chadha. Oh, now that would have been pretty catastrophic for him if that had gone in, because he would have needed a snooker, as it is Lei Pei Fan looking to pot this red and take the group, barring snookers, down to 1 last frame. Not to be, though. On we go. Chris Wakelin breaking off 2-0 up, needing 1 more to win this group, despite... It wasn't only that he lost his first match, he didn't play at all well. He wouldn't pretend otherwise. But, in the words of Brian Moore, it's up for grabs now.
Well, he missed a black, didn't he, in that first match that beggared belief. He just looked at the ball for about 10 seconds in abject confusion. What a good pot from Yao-Peng Cheng. Of course, by going 2-0 down, his chances of winning the group have been destroyed.
Eight.
But by getting to 4 points, he could earn some ranking points and money. Well, he would. Because Brian Ochoyski finished on 3 points.
Yeah, another example of safety not quite finding its mark there. Just to say, Ishpreet Singh Chadha is playing on, but he's 58 behind, 43 on, so it's looking very much like 2-1 Leipei Fan, and very much like the last frame will be deciding the group there on table 2.
Although there's minor places to play for, we've seen a lot of this. When you know you can't win the group, sometimes the air goes out the balloon. But Chris Wakelin still fully incentivised. Now, does he take on the big blue? If he does and pots it, what a chance.
Yeah, he's in the ascendancy. I think he's got to take it on, hasn't he? Oh, wow, how close was that?
Again, just underlining how tough these pockets are. We keep saying it. We are guilty of repetition, but it's worth saying because on these Rasson tables over the years in the Invitation Championship League, they've been generous. It's the polar opposite this time.
Yes, we've all seen pots go in down the years on tables and we felt they shouldn't, but it can work the other way. I mean, he struck that blue really well. Anyway, it's given Yao-Peng Cheng this opening. It is 2-1 Leipei Fan, confirmed on table 2. Big frame coming up there.
Well, Dave, there's empirical evidence about the tightness of these pockets in the century break total. Drastically down on last year.
Mine. $16. $17.
Well, it's not great. Well, can he still get it through to the blue? If not, then obviously the green pots. Yeah, so the green was on, so he's okay.
20.
The chairman, the president, the secretary, treasurer of the Yao Pengcheng fan club right now is Luke Pinches. Oh, and he'll hate that, will Luke?
He's just resigned his membership. Yeah, he needs a draw to win the group.
20.
It's the worst position to be in, though, isn't it? You need a result in a match you're not playing in. So you can't do anything to affect it. Now then, this blue is on down the bulk end. So get that back on its spot, and this is a pretty good chance, you've got to say, with the reds open, and we know he's playing well. He's getting more confident as the day goes on.
Yeah, and you're not just talking about someone trying to clear the first hurdle. With Wakelin, you're talking about someone who could conceivably go all the way and hoist the silverware.
Exactly, and I was saying about how does he go to the next level and sort of bed himself in as a top 8 player. Well, the truth is you do it by winning tournaments, and okay, it's not the biggest tariff, but it will give him a head start on the other top players if he were to win the title. Sort of step towards, or sort of a help towards the Players Series, where obviously you earn ranking points as well.
7. $14. 15.
His day started. Woke up and there was water coming in through his roof. He had to sort out a plumber. Maybe that's why he wasn't in the correct headspace for his first match. But those plumbing issues have been resolved, and maybe the snooker issues are going to be resolved as well.
Well, he's a quality player, Chris Wakelin, and like all quality players, tends to come good when he has to. So it's a question now of whether he can just polish this off. You know, as a player, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, you wouldn't necessarily have pegged him for a top 16 player. You think there's players in the mid ranks. You think, can they actually make that move? And he has done. He started with that shootout win, and he's carried it on from there through sheer hard work and determination and results. And the good news is Judd Trump's not in this tournament, because he's the one player who's never beaten. 14 times he's played him. But there's plenty of players these days worrying about playing Chris Wakelin. Just a question, as I say, is whether he can now finish the job at this visit.
$30. $31.
Just a classy player.
36.
Very similar, actually, to someone who he would come up against in the second phase if he wins this group. Former Championship League winner Dave Gilbert.
37.
It would be Gilbert, He Guoquang and Wakelin, with one more position to be filled. That's Group E on July the 13th.
44.
I'm loath to set myself up for a fall, but he's a brilliant middle pocket potter, Wakelin.
$45. $50. $51.
Well, this is a quality break. Completely focused on the job in hand. In more ways than one today, he stemmed the tide. Started badly. Played much better in his second match, and again, if anything, has stepped up a level in this one.
$59.
So this black is match ball to win the group. Well, he'd like to have got on the red, obviously, because now there is the chance to play for snookers, but
66.
he's in a very, very strong position, clearly. Especially after that shot.
Chris Wakelin, 66.
Well, class looks as though it's going to prevail. Barring a major turnaround, he's going to be the 12th top seed to emerge from 17 completed groups.
One.
Indeed, it's over, Dave.
Yeah, that was a really good performance in the last match. He got better as the day went on. He recovered from that early defeat. And Chris Wakelin, the world number 13, one of the highest ranked players in this Championship League, will be joining us for stage 2 in a couple of weeks' time. He defeats Yao Peng Cheng by 3-0 in the final match. Well, a very interesting group. It was tight early on, but they are the results. Wakelin with 2 3-0 wins. They speak for themselves, of course, in the final session. Luke Pinches, of course, he was hoping for a draw there to win the group, but he still came away with a couple of wins himself. And, of course, Yao Peng Cheng, 1 win and 2 defeats. So Luke Pinches at least getting second place. Lei Pei Fan and Ishpreet Singh Chadha, the frame they're playing right now, frame 4 on table 2, that is going to decide the group. Lei Pei Fan needs a win, Ishpreet Singh Chadha needs a draw. It's 2-1 to Lei Pei Fan. So whoever wins that one, and there's only 1 ball potted, Lei Pei Fan's 1-0 up, is going to win the group. So very tight group in progress. This is how the table finished. 2 players on 6 points, but of course Wakelin with the superior frame difference over Luke Pinches. All players won a match. Brian Dachowski got 3 points, but finished down in last position again due to frame difference. So Yao Peng Cheng, the second seed, in third. Chris Wakelin, I'm sure, delighted to have topped the group and to be coming back. And we can hear from him now. He's with Phil.
Chris, what a day. First match, couldn't do anything right. Last 2, couldn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, really pleasing. Today didn't start out the way that I'd planned it. I came downstairs this morning at home and the living room had turned into a swimming pool, which wasn't ideal. We had a little bit of a leak this morning, but luckily, within 15 minutes we had 10 lads around the house and got it all sorted out. So a massive thanks to those guys who got the house sorted. But yeah, the first match took me a while to get over how the day had started. But yeah, pleased with how I managed to finish it off.
The majority of the players here have been involved in qualifiers beforehand, so they've got their season underway. Their Q-arm isn't cold. This was your first dipping your toe in the water for the new campaign, and I think overall you must be really delighted.
It's a totally new challenge for me. I'm used to starting the season off, coming here for the Championship League and then playing in 4 or 5 qualifying matches before the season really gets underway. So to be in that privileged position, not having to qualify, is fantastic. But as you can see, everyone that's been playing in those qualifiers, they're all really match sharp, and it's something that being in the top 16, you have to sort of deal with it in a slightly different way. But it's a challenge that I'm looking to relish this season for sure.
Table 2 still in play, so we might want to keep our voices down. One final question. That's entirely my fault, not yours. One final question. What would it mean to go all the way and win this thing? Because you've certainly got the credentials.
Yeah, it'd be incredible. The last 2 years have been amazing for me, picking up 2 trophies. So, to add any silverware, you've got to beat all the best players in the world to win any tournament. And this is a really difficult format. You've only got to have 2 or 3 bad frames and you can be knocked out of the tournament. So you've got to be on your game, and I feel like I'm ready for the challenge. Well done today. Very good indeed. Thanks, Phil. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, well done to Chris, and we'll see him back here in a couple of weeks' time. So this is the order of play for tomorrow. Joe O'Connor, runner-up last year to Stephen Maguire, starts out against Paul Norris. He's making his debut on the World Snooker Tour at the age of 59, the oldest ever debutant. Liu Hongyu and Oliver Brown, the other 2 players in the group on Table 1. Table 2, Stan Moody, one of the great hopes, young hopes of British snooker, of course, against Thailand's Thanawat Tirapong Paiboon. He's back on tour through the Asia Pacific Q School. Daniel Wells and Stuart Carrington, the other 2 players in that group. We'll have all the action for you live, of course, here from the Mattioli Arena in Leicester from 11 o'clock in the morning. I do hope you can join us for that. From us all here, don't forget Table 2 continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But from us all here, it's good night.